Hey guys, what's going on? How is everyone? It is good to see you all, and good to be seen by you all. Um, Skull. Oh, that is delicious. I have been thinking about that for like 3 days straight. But anyway, how is everyone? Um, so let me just say hello to everybody: Jimmy Invictus, Kennick, John Strain, General Lyra, Jerry Thompson. Yeah, I just have the dome light in the ceiling on, just the overhead light. And usually I'm really well illuminated by my studio lights here, and then you can't see what I'm pointing at, can you? Uh, there, and so on. But last night I was just sitting here in the dimness, because this doesn't really count, you know? But anyway, I'm glad everybody's here. I don't want to curse myself, but I have power for the moment. We have had some flickers. Um, the thing about power is that I really hope we don't lose it. Basically, uh, 21 hours. We are now in a 21-hour window where um, anything bad can happen. Um, and about this time tomorrow, all this will be over. So at any point between now and then, we could lose electricity. Now, it's flickered some. We have a uh, similar power flickers. I don't know how many of you were there, but uh, in 2022, fall of 2022, I think end of October, we had Hurricane Ian roll through. Kind of took sort of a similar track, and that was an interesting one. And Hurricane Ian never shut our power off, but we had flickers, and I live streamed late at night during Hurricane Ian. I'm not gonna live stream. Jerry Thompson is saying, uh, what is it, Jerry? To close my conversation there. It's very orange and warm in the wide shot. The dome light is a bit more cool. Yeah. Hey, thank you, Stephen. Thank you. I got a little bit of little liquid battery for me here. But anyway, so if we can make it the next 18 to 20 hours, I think, without something going boink, we'll be okay. If no, I don't. I have a surge protector. I don't have a UPS. So a couple of people have commented about the PT shirt, and I always want to be careful to point this out. My wife bought this at the gift shop in the army building that she works in. She works. She is a civilian employee for the federal government, and one of the many office complexes she's worked in, they actually did have a gift shop, and she picked one of these up. So this is not like a holdover or anything. I did not stand the watch. I just don't want anybody to think I'm putting on ears. But here's the thing. This shirt is 20 years old. And I have 20-year-old shirts that have faded, disintegrated, so on and et cetera, now only good for rags. David Brown, quoting the Scorpions lyrics, yeah. But anyhow, so yeah, I did not serve in the Army. I just is just a nice PT shirt, and it's nigh indestructible, and it's what I should have been wearing for working out on the roof and on the sides of the house, which I finished up today. Everything is done. The biggest, most important thing that I got done today is we have a Saturn Vue, and it's actually a pretty nice one for what it is. It's an SUV, four-wheel drive. It's not a compact SUV. Well, I guess technically it would be, but not by today's standards, right? It's not like, a compact car that looks like it's swole up in the middle. It's just smaller than like a Suburban or a Jimmy or something like that. But we became a one-car family, kind of, because my wife was almost always working from home. And I'm just going to lay it out here on the table. I didn't take good care of the car. And I let enough time lapse between going out and starting the car up that the battery went flat. And I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to get it jumped. So that was the last thing that I did today. I got it jumped, and we pulled it up onto the easement because where it was parked in the yard was under a big spreading tree. So, hey Elizabeth, I hope the water stays far away too. There's lots of it coming out of the sky, that's for sure. But anyway, where was I? Oh, is the Army using V-22s? I know the Navy and Marines were. Like, the Navy apparently likes them a lot for COD, and the Marines were basically like, we're going to get that thing no matter how many Marine crews we have to unalive, finding out that it works. And I knew the Air Force was using it for SAR purposes, but I did not know the Army had gotten it. I'm surprised the Air Force didn't just like shit themselves in anger because it can turn into a plane. And the Air Force like loses their collective goddamn marbles if the Army gets its hands on anything with fixed wings that is capable of defending itself. But anyway, so I got the Saturn started up, and that was such a huge triumph. Now, if it sits out on the easement and it won't start again, hey, at least it's not getting get crushed by a tree. Yes, the Wind Dukes of Aka. But anyhow, so I'm glad to be here. And I hope all you folks watching out there on the Twitter space and everything, if you're watching on Twitter and you have never made a comment, could you just say hi? Just pop in the chat bar over there and say hi. Whereas Doomsword down here, well, you know how I'm not drowning right now? Keep it up, buddy. You're doing fine. Yeah, just keep your straw clear. Yeah, just keep your straw clear. Keep breathing through the straw. Anyway, I'm sorry, what was that about Doomsword? Oh, no, Doomsword is, I'm not going to dox him. He is further east of me. Obviously, he's still on land in Florida, but it's interesting because his orientation to me means that he started to take some of the storm before I did, despite being further east of me. New Zealand needs a tourism thing where tourists can come and drive Navy ships. Because I guarantee you, if you put me at the helm of a 200-person frigate, I wouldn't run it onto a rock reef and break it in half. That's what New Zealand needs. Oh, hey, thank you. Thank you, Twit, for commenting over on Twitter. But he is further from Tampa, Dungeon Minister, to answer your question. Anyway, so there's nothing more to say about the storm. I'm going to be riding through it. And yes, I know there was one that got grounded off of Oman, but it didn't break in half and sink. Are we going? Hey, a D&D question. Look at that. Are we going to get to A3 on D&D night? Yes. Yes, and something wonderful is going to happen when we get to A3 that I'm really looking forward to. What's Kennex saying? I was nervous about piloting into, I don't know that word, 34 feet sailboat, bus on water with no brakes. Buzz on the water. Down, 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 down. Anyway, did I miss saying hello to anyone? Yes, I did. Jack Photon, hello. Zachary Melvin asked way earlier, how is the family doing? They're doing good. We're doing all right. All I can do right now is make ice until the power goes out. You know what, though? I did. My daughter Charlotte and I made a cheesecake today. Because let me tell you something. If eggs and butter and cream cheese are going to spoil, then they're going to spoil as the remains of a cheesecake. They're not going to just lie in the fridge and spoil. Yeah, so the deal with the cheesecake is we were actually expecting a house guest this weekend. My wife was going to go to an authors convention / book fair thing that she had been really stoked and looking forward to, and they did cancel it, but a friend was coming from out of town, actually further up in the state, and she was like, hey, when my friend is here, would you make your awesome key lime cheesecake? And I was like, hell yes. That's right, Viking Hat. I will be in my boarded up house making cheesecake. I don't think a cheesecake has ever lived long enough to spoil. Yeah, I'll do the special knock, and Kyle will be wondering how my family and I and our cats and our dog made it all the way to Melbourne, Australia. I'm going to say, look, don't worry about it. I have a cooler full of dry ice and cheesecake. Let me in. So hopefully, see, here's the thing with cheesecakes. You make them, you let them cool, then they have to go in the fridge for like a minimum of 8 hours. My hope is that the power stays on at least through the night so we can gorge ourselves on key lime cheesecake in the morning if the power kicks off at some point between now and then. My hope is that we don't lose power. If we do lose electricity, Uh, there are places that are much more in need than we are. Uh, Down here in the South, let me tell you something. We have infrastructure recreation down to a science. I have said many times, and this is relevant, that the reason the United States Navy has not lost a ship in combat since the end of the Second World War is we basically, the U.S. Navy wrote the book on damage control. And likewise, in the South, particularly along the Gulf Coast, all of us coasties down here have written the book on, hey, 33K7, have written the book on power rebuilding. Hey, Patty. Well, thank you for stopping by at all. Thank you, Kenny. So while it can take a long time to get power back on, now I don't, no offense is meant by this whatsoever. If you somehow transported, I don't know, Wyoming to where Florida is, hit it with a Cat 3 hurricane, or you know what, let's do 2004. Let's do 3 Cat 2 hurricanes in the space of 1 month. I have a feeling that their power company officials would just be lost. So, what do I mean by this? Jack the 71, yes, my cheesecake is awesome. And now that Charlotte has helped me make a cheesecake, I'm sure that will be awesome too. So when you hear about like, oh, you know, people have been without power for a week down there, anywhere else it would be months. Big Yehuda, I did not know you were in the path, Big Yehuda. Yes, you and I are path buddies, path bros, because I'm going to get hit too. Should start rocking up on us about 4, 5, 6 o'clock. Milton is nothing next to Sherman's March to the Sea. I hate Wyoming. No, Wyoming looks beautiful. You know. You too, man. You too. GL and ZGL. Yeah, this time tomorrow night, I'll just be glad when this shit's over. I'll just be glad when this shit's over. He said, getting himself thoroughly demonetized. So it's interesting. A few people have asked, like, hey, is there anything I can do? And honestly, at this point, no. If you want to do something in the interim, and I'm only half kidding with this, is come down here in the winter months and help me remove trees from my property. Bring a chainsaw. You can sleep on our exceptionally comfortable sectional. And help me remove trees from my property. Boone Flyer, you surprised? No, I'm not. For the moment, Boone Flyer, we have power. Now, one thing I want to point out, if this stream drops, like if we just suddenly just lost power, I have my mobile. I would go on there, and I would go on socials, and I'd set up another stream on StreamYard on my phone and try and rejoin you guys. And hopefully you would rejoin me. I don't know if I can multi-stream on my phone through StreamYard like I can on desktop, but we would find out. Thank you, David Brown. I think I do. Hello, Chris. Good to see you too. See, Gonzalo, you got a chainsaw? But the nice thing about having the headphones on is, at least for this moment, I am completely immersed in a world of, like, oh, I can't hear anything. Except if I stop talking, I actually can hear through the headphones, so it must be blowing pretty strong out there. Gonzalo's Chainsaw Massacre. Gonzalo Lira's bar saw. But anyway, so here's a question. What is the first game I'm going to play post hurricane? So, assuming our power is up, and I want to take a minute here. Yes, Gonzalo, this is Guinness. This is Guinness. Assuming I have power, we will be playing Call of Cthulhu per schedule on Friday. Yeah, that was my wife's kitty that came over. So that will be the first game that we play. Now, with that said, guys, I sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, I'm looking in the camera, not at the chat. I am sorry for the state of these live streams. I am so sorry that I am not bringing you guys good content right now. I have a lot to make up for, and this isn't how things ought to be. Hey, IR, good to see you, brother. My cable's caught right there. It's gonna snag. I'm gonna lean back, and that's gonna pull the camera off. This is not how my channel ought to be, and I don't like it being this shitty. So, you know, you've listened to me whine for like 25 minutes about the hurricane. So, yeah, Michael, Dale, yeah, I know. Have I ever had a hurricane? No, I haven't. I'm not. I resemble that remark, Viking hat. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Emery. But I mean, you know, if you guys turn on, I don't know, who does talk shows on TV anymore? I don't know, Jimmy Kimmel or something like that. You know, it's not like, oh, there's a wildfire in California, so I'm just gonna sit in a T-shirt in my house and live stream. You know, I pride myself on increasing the quality of what I do, and Okay, we got a D&D question to stop me from moping. Thank you, Rabbit Wrangler. Thieves can't to be Cockney rhyming slang. Is that accurate? Oh, absolutely. You can roll with that. I think it's heavily maced in metaphor. Kabuki, hello, how are you? Heavily based in metaphor, where oh, I heard your aunt was staying with you next weekend. Oh yeah, she's bringing her kids with her too. I love my cousins, but they can be a bit of a hassle. Uh, the Queen is going to be in town in 2 days' time. She will be heavily guarded. A thieves camp. Okay, this is a very good question. Jimmy Invictus, how do I handle it when a player can't be present? Okay. Um, Harmony Ginger, who is a very gifted game master and so on, kind of introduced me to the one-to-one time concept, and I still don't exactly do it because now up in the chat, Elizabeth and of course Kanek are both players in my games, and they can tell you that at the top of the third hour, which for us over here on the East Coast is 1 a.m., and that's still 10 p.m. for my friends on the West Coast, and I have a few players out there. That is it. Um, that is 3 hours of D&D on a Monday night, and a lot of folks have working jobs, jobs's. So sometimes we're in the middle of a dungeon, and I'll end it like a TV show. It's like, all right, you go in the cave, you hear the gruff language of hill giants. Okay, Tracy, you're trying to move silently, and I roll the dice. Gravel scritches under your feet, and the giants turn and look at you, smiling and raising their clubs. And boom, it's 1 a.m. Okay, let's say, okay, guys, cliffhanger. We'll see you next week. Now, if Tracy can't make it the next week, and I know he's not going to be able to make it, even if it's just a few hours before game time, I'll say, dude, what do you want me to have your thief do? And 9 times out of 10, it's like, I'm using my boots of striding and springing and getting the hell back. And those characters, those players, because understand, Monday is an 11-person game. Work Bob, all the other live streams from Florida have people driving around in big winds. Yeah, thank you, Work Bob. So that player may tell me, hey, I want to just, I'm going to boots striding and springing to the back of the party, and then I'll just chill back there, Sometimes, like in the Monday game, the party ends in a town, and players can't make it to the next session. And I say, that's all right. You elect to stay in town and carouse or train or investigate or whatever while the rest of the party moves on. So I do both. I do a blend of both. If it's convenient for the character to stay at the camp or the town or wherever their base of operation is, then that's what they're doing the next week, and they have to catch up with the party. On the other hand, if they're in the middle of the action, they're just strangely silent, and they move back, they fall back, and I say, Kat will move to the back of the party, and she'll protect the magic users. That'd be my daughter's character in the game. So it varies. It varies. I don't know. I honestly don't know if there are D&D clubs anymore. John Strain has a question. I'm not sure I follow you, John. I either need to drink more or less to get a handle on that. But guys, don't let the BroSR browbeat you into thinking you can't just mix freeze time and one-to-one time, because you absolutely can. And that's all I'm going to say about that. I'm not going to. Oh no! Oh crap! I gotta get another 2022 guac glass. Go to Dungeon Minister's Teespring shop. This is the 2022 Great Underground Online Gaming Convention. Dungeon Minister does my merch, but clearly my pint glass is worse for the wear. We have merch, by the way. It is in the description. If you guys want to get some Dungeon Delver merch, you absolutely can. It is available through the link. But anyway, any D&D motorcycle clubs? Well, I have my Sons of Gygax shirt, which is, it's basically, let me see if I can find an image here. And then be careful about sharing it, because, you know, this is my editing PC, and there's all sorts of pictures here. Let me see. All right, I'm going to do this, do that. And of course, you're going to do that because you're a piece of. Save as PNG like, you know, human beings should. Yes, I will lose transparency. Let me tell you something. You are worse than 10,000 Yahtzees from Germany if you use PNG. I just want to say you are history's greatest monster. If you use I'm sorry, I said PNG, not PNG. AVIF files, AVIF. If you use AVIF, man, you should be brought up on charges. If you use AVIF, you should be brought up on charges. I'm just going to say that. AVIF is worse than a million Pearl Harbors. There is literally no point any rational thinking person should be using that. And I know they do it. Oh, Bob Antone was saying hello to me. I know they do it to stop people from easily sharing. Yeah, no, not PNG, not PNG. That file format. So anyway, I gotta hang on. There we go. All right. So somebody asked me about something, and I thought it was important at the time, but there. I have that on a T-shirt. So that's the closest we get to D&D Motorcycle Club. Anyway, another question. Just brought the drive-through RPG slavers. I'm running, but any advice on playing all these as one coherent campaign? It's easy. It's really easy. It's much easier than you think. There is an overland journey section in A2 that explains how to do that. You find stuff in A1 that will send you to A2. You find stuff in A2 that will send you to A3. And if you want to run A4, there is something specific that has to happen in A3. You have to be willing to do what is required to your players to make A4 a reality. Now, if your players fight their way out of it, I think, from a DMing standpoint, don't give up the moment. Don't make your players surrender the moment. Don't say, nope, I'm running A4 and therefore this is what happens. Just congratulate them and say, hey, you guys did the thing. Now, I would ask them if they wanted, with no XP given, with no, hey, Lord Misfit, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, if A3 goes as it probably will, then A4 will come naturally. But if your players get out of sorry, I'm being asked a question in Facebook chat. But if your players overcome the thing, ask them when all is said and done, look, I'm not giving you guys XP for this. This would just be a fun exercise. Do you want to run through A4? Just as a what if? What if you hadn't? And then run it for them. But A1, A2, and A3 all have very specific bridges. If the party wins in A2, they'll go... Okay, my lights just blinked. I don't know if you guys caught that. I'm just warning you guys now. Wow, 280 people watching. So if you're watching me over on Twitter and you're like, why is this dork talking about Dungeons and Dragons? It's what I do. It's what I do. Oh, I don't think anyone who started when we played B2, like when we started with B2 months and months ago, I don't think any of those characters are still around. I think we have effectively had a bounding total party kill. Yep, 40 on YouTube right now, and 241 over on Twitter. And again, if you're watching over on Twitter, say hi. Sorry, just messaging someone there. But, okay, so Jimmy's got a classic module question. For a new group of players, what are some good follow-ups to keep on the Borderlands? What level are they when they make it out of B2? That's important. That is an important question. If they are secondish level, I would perhaps say take them to Hamlet. If they are strong third level, overland travel to a city where you want to base them out of, where they can meet a patron, if you will, who will help them in. Okay, so fourth level, the classic. Okay, yeah. I would say depending on the size of the party, if you've got 8 players, then yeah, you can do A1. If you got 4, that might be send them to T1 instead. Or just have them do some wilderness adventures, have them do some hex crawling until they're much higher level, and you can decide on a new module then. There's nothing wrong with that. Last week we did a whole castle, like, here's how you find, and you know, you could possibly have a peopled castle. Who makes the best weapons? Me, the Dungeon Master. We are going to an updated B1. That's not a bad choice either. That's right, Viking Hat. If you're going to Hamlet, buy all the butter. Then S3. Pretty good magic haul from B2, asked Jerry Thompson. So off the top of my head, there are at least a few +1 daggers, a couple of suits of magic plate mail, a +1 mace, some one-off amulets of protection from good. There is a is it a staff of curing or a staff of healing? I can't recall. A wand of fireballs, a flaming sword, a couple of scrolls, a fair few potions, elven boots, a few magic items that are cursed. Only as long as the power discs last, David. The difference between a dungeon module and adventure module, nomenclature. I mean, would you classify the village of Hamlet with its extensive city and surrounding environs as a dungeon module? I mean, it's got a dungeon in it. Would you classify S3, which has no wilderness, as an adventure module. I like the verb of saying dungeon module. Oh, pshaw, Jerry. Player run Starstone. No, I have not. Is that Starstone or Starst 1? I know, I know it was Starstone because I was just teasing you. What about B5? Is B5 the Horror on the Hill, or is B5 Rahisha? I've never run either, so I don't know. Or were you asking about the TV show? Because the TV show is excellent. Horror on the Hill. I have not run it. Is there an echo in the chat tonight? So, Starstone is a fantasy role-playing game published by Northern Sages. I am not familiar with that one. One of the few third-party projects, and I wish I kept it to do a deep dive on, or at least to do a video review about, is Grenadier's Cloudland. Now, if you don't know this, wow, 315 in the chat, welcome. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for stopping by. I want to answer this question about seasonal one-shots. I don't know, Rich. I never thought about that. We could ask Jeff easily, I guess. So once upon a time, Grenadier published a series of adventure modules. I believe they published a hero system. I know they published a Call of Cthulhu, and I know they published a D&D. You know what? We have the internet. Let's see. Adventure published by. Oh, that's just somebody selling a copy for $30. Oh, here we go. Okay. This is Wayne's Books. Thank you very much. Oh, no, he doesn't have those. Wayne, get on it, please. Yes, the figurine company. Yes, Jerry. All right, let's try it. No, that is just their miniature sets. Oh, Noble Knight. Let's see. Anyway, the thing that I'm getting at here is they were not good. Well, let me back up a second. Cloudland was not good. No, it's not apocryphal. I'll show it. Hell, I'll show you. Hell, there's a Wikipedia page for it. In issue 23 of Imagine, Chris Hunter thought the adventure was very poor, saying, Cloudland from Grenadier Models, Inc. is appalling. It consists of a castle with 5 dungeon levels beneath it and is severely overcrowded with many different types of monsters who spend their entire lives sitting in their rooms waiting to be killed by adventurers. In Space Gamer 73, Rick Swan agreed, saying that the adventure would be terrible for long-time players, but thought new players would appreciate it, saying there's definitely a place for simple introductory modules for role players, and Cloudland fills the bill nicely. The same elements that make it a treat for newcomers, however, will make it a real bore for the experience. Size up your own group and proceed accordingly. So that is Cloudland. You take that back, Jerry, or I'll kick and ban you. We do not talk ill. We do not talk ill of White Plume Mountain in this house. We show White Plume Mountain proper respect. We did a deep dive on Assassin's Knot and Secret of Bone Hill. And we even talked about L3. We did a deep dive on L3. Jimmy Invictus is talking about Fallout over there. Nuka-Cola and 200-year-old Salisbury steaks. Good. Yeah, no, we certainly can't have Gonzo fun, can we, Viking Hat? By the way, that's my co-host. So if you're new here, and let me ask you a favor, guys. If you're watching, we have 330 people watching on. Most of you guys are over on Twitter. Let's see, I have 39 watching on YouTube, 291 watching over on Twitter. If you 291 people subscribed to me on YouTube, if you haven't already, that would push me most of the way to 7,000 subs on YouTube, and I would be so happy about that. So I will put I am at the Dungeon Delver on YouTube. If you could throw me a subscription over there, I would be so happy about that. Yeah, so that is my co-host Kyle, the Viking Hat GM. But normally when I don't have a hurricane bearing down on me, as we do right now, and I mean that in the least sexy way possible, we have good content, not this, where Monday through Friday, Monday nights we have mail call, miniature views. We talk we talk about RPG news. Tuesday we do Let's Play First Edition Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. And what I think makes that different from everyone else's games is I want you guys to ask questions. I want you to ask me about what's going on in the game. If you don't know what's going on in the game, if you're like, hey, why is this going on? Why is that going on? I will do my best to answer your question. If I don't, someone in the audience might, or one of my players in the game might. But it is not just sit there and go, okay, well, I guess I'm watching nerds play D&D. No, I want you to interact. Wednesday, Kyle comes in and runs something fun. He usually runs it for a few sessions, and then we switch over. We played Traveler. We played his role-playing game Conflict. Now we're doing a kind of a D&D light hex crawl affair that I'm enjoying the hell out of. Thursdays, I reserve for guests, and if you have a book or a project or something that is related to tabletop RPGs, maybe it's a Kickstarter, maybe it's a book you've written, maybe it's art you've created, maybe you have a cool YouTube channel, hit me up and let's see about having you as a guest on the show. Friday nights, usually we play Gamma World. That may change someday, but right now in October, assuming I have electricity on Friday and internet connection, we will be playing the second of our 4 Halloween Shocktober Call of Cthulhu mini campaign sessions. And then at the end of October, we switch back. Now, somebody asked me about seasonal. Send me that link, Viking Hat, and I will put it up on the screen. Somebody asked me about good seasonal games. My group on Monday night are friends of mine. Let me see. What was the question here? Thoughts on good seasonal one-shots. So I can only speak to the group that I run. Maybe this works for you, maybe this doesn't. But my Monday night group, they're good folks, but we are scattered. I have a couple of people in the Pacific Northwest. I have people in the Central Time Zone, folks in Wisconsin, folks in Kansas. I have friends in Georgia. I have friends in upstate New York. I have friends in Florida. I know it might shock you looking around at these glorious surroundings. I'm not a man of great means. So what I can do, the best I can provide for my friends for the holidays, the gift that I give them is to run a Christmas-themed D&D game. Sometimes it goes to a couple of sessions. Sometimes it takes the entire month. We've even had it spill over because the players wanted to play it so much to its conclusion that we didn't wrap it up till like mid-January. That's a good question, the Pastel Fox. I'm going to come back to you. And sometimes it's goofy, sometimes it's serious, but the characters always find themselves at Christmas time in the Old Phoenix Inn, which is a dimensionally traveling tavern. The 2 proprietors, Bob and Vika, his wife, are stuck in the inn. They can never leave. And it moves through time and space. Sometimes when the party goes in, it's before the last time that they went in. Sometimes it's in the distant future. Sometimes it's in the distant past. So they always go in. They always find the place or are transported to the place during the holiday season, the period that they have come to know as Christmas. And that's what I do. At the end of the game, usually, I award some unique magic items. So that's the best I can do. And if your takeaway from that is that you think that's a cool idea and you want to do that, Exactly, Gonzalo, a Yule adventure. Have I considered letting people bid on being a reserve player to make cash, or is that too crass? Uh, a reserve player for live stream games, or a reserve player for my private Monday night game? Because I wouldn't. We'll talk. We'll talk. I mean, I would never say no. A Yule adventure? So Moses thinks he can leave with the Hebrewites. Follow him. So let it be written. So let it be done. Or is that not the Yule you're thinking? I will crush them and conquer all of Egypt. Anyway, the Pastel Fox asked me, uh, or he stated, why 99% of DMs you wanted never to use psionics? Because they're clunky, because they can be a little bit difficult to use. And the way to fix it is to put them in the first segment of combat, have them disruptible by spells, really, really neuter the points regain, strictly enforce psionic encounters, which means you've got a 1 in 200 chance of a demon or devil showing up to crush your groove, and really lean heavily on psionically attuned monsters. How many of you guys out there, I'm glad you got it, Jack Photon. How many of you guys out there, for example, know that gray ooze and yellow mold not only are intelligent, but capable of psionic attack? Thank you, 33K7. If we make it through, I'll be streaming tomorrow night because we'll probably be through the worst of it. Kabuki, exactly. Gray mold and yellow ooze. But, thought eaters, intellect devourers. And plus, you've got to remember, magic users and clerics lose powers the more they use psionic abilities. Sue Monster, thank you. They make good attorneys, by the way. I'm just trying to F with the party. No, those are things. Those are all things. So most DMs, I would say, Pastel Fox, never Durgar or psionic. Most DMs probably never considered those things, and they let psionics run amok. There are probably people tuning in right now on Twitter for like storm information because I hashtagged Hurricane Milton, who are like, is this one of those conspiracy guys who thinks that you can like change storm directions with your minds? No, I'm just a harmless Dungeons and Dragons nut. Hey, Doc Flamingo, how you doing, brother? So anyway, I would say Pastel Fox, it is probably because they do not consider the implications of psionics on encounters. So it makes it a little unwieldy. I'm going to do real quick. Unless somebody wants to drop a super for me not to, I'm going to do a storm update. Same reason most EMs, that's probably not, probably not unreasonable. So I'm looking right now. It is 10 o'clock. We are, I'll pop this out and just share it with you guys. Share screen. Share screen. You guys are going to miss this when I go back to just regular studio streaming. Okay, so here, I want to emphasize this. I am not a weatherman. Don't listen to me for advice. I'm telling you what's going on right now where I'm at. Between now and midnight, it's kicking up. And it's looking like between 4 a.m. and dawn, it's going to be its strongest, and then it's going to start winding down slowly. So, like I said at the start, we're in that 24-hour window, and by 5 o'clock tomorrow, it'll really start to taper back down. But basically, we've got a blustery day, Winnie the Pooh, the worst of it coming between 4 a.m. and 7. What is my elevation? 0. 0. I live in Florida. The MSL here is 5. Not meters, not feet, not inches, but I think centimeters. We actually had Steve Marsh on the show once upon a time, and he told us how to pronounce Exitichil. Yes, we are. We are a sandbar on top of a little bit of karst limestone, but a lot of coral. Somebody was asking me the other night about David Eddings, and did I read David Eddings and so on. I cannot just lift my legs up as a storm surge passes. The 25-foot storm surge. I cannot get into David Eddings. I'll try someday. I'll definitely try. Oh, that's good, Jay. I'm glad. I cannot wear these 5 nights a week for multiple live streams. I may, in 2024, I may go to like a wireless lavalier mic. I mean, would you guys be okay with that if I no longer had the boom? But what would I fidget with? Oh my gosh, I've gone back and watched my videos, and even like the interstitial videos, I'm like grabbing, constantly. It's maddening. But if I didn't have it, what would I do? I might have to bolt a fidget spinner to the table and just sit there. Whiz, 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 whiz. Throat mic. There we go. It's a World War II tank commander's throat mic. Just go the full bug and get a vocoder for it. Good evening. Welcome to the Delver's Dungeon. 2 wireless lavaliers. Oh, so you know what I'm talking about, Jay. One of the best purchases I ever made, and it was sort of accidental, and positively adore them is I have a set of AKG wired headphones. Whew, they sound so nice. Crisp, crystal clear highs, warm mid ranges, just chocolate butter bass. It's Jimmy. We had Steve Marsh on the show. It's a hooligan. Okay, so Doc asked a good question, and if you're new, if you're just tuning in, because good Lord, 400 people watching right now. I am so flattered, guys. Please, if you're watching me over on YouTube, or even if you're watching me over on Twitter, please like the video. If you're on YouTube, give it a thumbs up. If you like what I'm doing, and if you're watching this after the fact, leave a comment down below. It's good for the algorithm. Or again, you can do that on Twitter too. Anyway, so Doc Flamingo. Yes, Sahuagin. So over there, if you watch my show, I need to scoot back a little bit and hopefully not fall over. But over there is where I usually sit. I have been so tired with storm prep. And today was the last big push, but I'm still, huh. But I was like, okay, webcam, the first couple of nights I used this, not great. This is, I mean, this is fine for like if you're Zoom teleconferencing for work and, you don't have a webcam on your PC, whatever. But this is a Logitech Brio. And like, this does not have a mount point for a tripod. It's only got this slightly weighted head, mounting that has a very limited range. Hey, Rob. No, your camera is actually... This is the one that Connect donated to the show. This is probably the the older brother of this one. But this is a not great webcam. It has this light on it, which I think is just more to indicate that the camera is plugged in than to actually illuminate. But in a completely dark room, it will illuminate my face somewhat if I sit close enough to it. But I was just like, you know what? No, I have like $600 worth of camera gear over here. I've got this. I've got a 4K camera over here, and I've got this camera that you guys are watching, and an identical twin brother that Jack Photon donated to the show. And these are like $100 webcams. So, yeah, I was just like, no, I'm just bringing over the, I'm just bringing over a good webcam. Close up and light this way, I have exception more color to my face. Yeah, I get it, but I want to be over there. I would love it if someone could come and show me how to do my lights properly. I would love it if somebody could show me how to set up my lights. Yes, Robert, to the end. To the very end. I will continue live streaming until I am no longer able. This broadcast will continue until there is no one left to hear it. Yes, remind me of all my unpainted minis, my shelf of shame. My shelf of shame. But hey, the shelf of glory above it. Huh? Huh? Yes, I bought a 3D printer and that was my damnation. Not, mind you, that I didn't have enough resin and plastic already unpainted before I got the 3D printer. Sean, that sounds absolutely fantastic. Dungeon Dollar Number channel. Oh man, a D&D numbers station. I don't know how that would work. I'll tell you that's actually a good statement, Kenneth. I when I get in a painting mood, sometimes it's not the mini that I had intended to paint. I'm like, I'm going to paint this dragon. And I glance over and I'm like, I can like feel a specific mini ask me to paint it. And Danielle, I'd still be doing it. I mean, would I have the elaborate studio setup if I just had one viewer? Probably not. I would probably do something more like this. But I would still do it. I said, and I mean this, Parish Game welcomed a new player. She rolled up her character and I swear, that's awesome, Dungeon Minister. I love that. How many Terminators do I use for Space Hulk? 10. 2 squads of 5. 2 squads of 5. So what are her stats, Dungeon Minister? And did you make her go down the line 3d6? Oh, pardon me. Yeah, now to not die. I actually had a player come in once, and I handed him dice to use, same as Dungeon Minister. And he rolled. Now, we did 4d6 discard lowest, but still, I've done 4d6 discard lowest on this live stream before. Exactly, Daniel. That's how it is. Posting stuff on screen that you are seeing on screen images that you picked up is maximal. This is okay, but it skew you in profile a lot. Well, again, I'm sitting at my games / editing / working PC. You guys, Friday I will be sitting right back in front. Good Lord. That is amazing. Did I ever watch any Shonner? Jerry, I did not. RPG Grandma told me, or I'm sorry, she made a video about his passing. Which, by the way, it's appreciation time. If you guys are not subscribed to RPG Grandma, please do. If you guys are not subscribed to Dungeon Minister, please do. Please go subscribe to his channel. Yes, they are. Both are very good. But Shonner, he would show up in the live stream chat every once in a blue moon. Had not been here for ages and ages, and left some comments. I don't think I agreed with every comment he left, but that's not. There's no sin. Gonzalo. 9, 13, 16, 9, 13, 13. That is a perfectly awesome cleric, Gonzalo. You're getting 2 extra first level spells a day. That's like 3 Cure Light Wounds. Right there, you're keeping a low level AD&D party in the mix. Sorry, I don't do that Beck Me or Moldvay or any of that nonsense where first level clerics don't get spells. Overkill Joe 1. Started a phone-in deity helpline, please state the deity you'd like to talk to. I like that, Joe. Um, 449 of you folks are watching right now. This is insane. 450, excuse me. 411 of you over on Twitter, 39 of you over here on YouTube. Those are rookie numbers. You gotta pump those numbers up. No, I don't. I am perfectly happy with this. So I had mentioned this before. By the way, there's a really awesome Japanese Dungeons and Dragons channel that I recently subscribed to. Yes, I have to use subtitles to watch her stuff, but I quite like it. It's a lot of fun. Did I ever play Met Alpha? Okay, Robert Heinlein's Universe, The Star Lost. Those are 2 really good ones. Those are the only 2 that spring to mind, actually. But I have never. Hey, Kabuki, welcome back. I have never played Met Alpha. No. Sean Rader just started Dark Place. I'm Gareth Marenghi, and you're watching Dark Place. I know writers who work in metaphor, and they're all crap. If you got guys, if you don't know Gareth Marenghi's Dark Place, you are missing out on something stupid fun. Yes, Gareth. It is Michael Dale. Cinnabar campaign using the Phoenix command rules. If and only if we can use the armored vehicle combat rules from Twilight 2000 First Edition. Viking Hat. I would so get. Oh, damn it, Gonzalo. That is an unfair question. Is it better than Toast of London? Brevity is the soul of wit, so based on that, I'm going to say yes. Because there's so much crap in Gareth Marenghi's Dark Place that is just never explained. Like his golf cart cum sports car that has this insane control console that looks as bad as anything from the 1980s would. But it's just like, why does he have this futuristic cyber car that he drives around? Well, if we had the entire series, if the entire TV show still existed. So if you guys don't know what we're talking about, Um, Kyle does hate his players, but you don't. You not me, Kyle. You don't mean me when you say you hate your players. I know you don't mean me. Um, Gareth Marenghi is a fictional horror writer in the vein of Stephen King, and uh, the premise of the show is that for a brief period in the 1980s, they produced a TV series called Dark Place, which is a sci-fi horror hospital police drama all crammed into one. Um, and the main character is also the author. I literally we could be here for hours, me unwrapping this for you guys. But the overarching premise is it is lost media, and they only found 6 episodes of it. Like they found 6 episodes that hadn't been erased and the film destroyed. And so the TV show is presented like you're watching a DVD of this really bad 1980s TV show, with intros and cutaways and everything by the writer who played the main character in it. It is. No, I'm a very good player. I'm not stupid, Kyle. I'm not. I don't become stupid. I'm a brilliant player. I am so gifted. I pick up the dice and I become the best player of Dungeons and Dragons ever. Uploading AI-generated battle maps of the 1926 Alps for your Hero System Pulp campaign as you sit here and shit talk and drink it. Absolutely, Gonzalo. By the way, again, if you are watching us over on Twitter, and there are lots of you who are, please, please, please say hello. Just type in that box and say hello. I know some of you are. I know some of you are out there watching. It's my fault the ghouls attacked? It's not my fault the ghouls attacked. That's foolishness. This slander, you guys are witnessing real time an attack. This is like Ed McMahon punching Johnny Carson. Hey, Bad Toad Games, thank you. Thank you. I hope, Bad Toad, you're having a great night. I'm entirely certain I don't know what you're talking about, Viking Hat. Nope, I didn't start that shootout. That's a lie. That is a flat out lie. Kennick, you are telling an untruth. I didn't start that shootout. I did not. Just found the chat box. He said say something. That's great. Bad Toad, are you subscribed to me over here on YouTube? Come over here and subscribe if you're not. Because I do this all the time when I have electricity. And I usually do it in a much better studio setting with worse lighting, apparently. Apparently. The next 6 days off from work. That's nice. Are you just like taking a holiday yourself, or is it for some reason at your job or something? Thank you, Bad Toad. J.D. Redding, hello, good to see you. That's what I like to see. Because I know there's lots of you guys out there. We are 2 viewers away from 500, which will be a new plateau here. Y'all let me know if you want Storm updates, if you want more D&D talk, more open BS. I'm having fun. I'm having fun for the first time. So let me tell you what. Saturday, we were scheduled to go to my in-laws, which we did. My mom-in-law and my father-in-law are nice people. And I was sitting there getting ready to go. And just before I leave, I get a message on Discord from Imperial Ramblings. It's chilling right now. The cheesecake has to chill. So 100%. Can't blame that on me. Cheesecake recipe for the new folks. Okay, all right. I got to mark this stuff. I got to mark it and come back to it. Imperial Ramblings messages me and he says, "Hey, it looks like you guys are going to get wet." And I'm like, "Huh?" And Milton was cranking up to a Cat 1. Thank you, Bad Toad Games. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Anyway, and I was like, oh crap, because they were expecting it to become a very powerful storm. Like immediately. So I was like, crap. So my brain immediately went in overdrive and I started thinking about the things we don't have. And I'm like, should we hit the hardware store tonight? And I didn't, but Sunday morning, my daughter went to a friend's house and I started going to grocery stores and I started going to hardware stores and I started buying stuff and laying things in. And it wasn't quite the panic buying just yet. Monday, things started to go a little bit bonkers. Monday, things started to go a little nuts. And at that point, I was so glad that I'd laid in so much stuff. So Monday and Tuesday, I started boarding up. Mostly yesterday, what I did was I climbed up on the roof of the house. So we have trees that overhang the house, and I started cutting away the limbs that were low to the roof. Now I can't cut the trees down. I don't have the tools. I don't have the manpower. But I did what I could. So I did that for a couple of hours yesterday, and my neighbor came over and helped me cut down a branch. Well, I cut down a branch from a tree on my property that would have been over. Wow, 533 people watching. This is amazing. Thank you. Thank you all. So he basically held a ladder while I climbed up and cut the branch. And it was right about then that my chainsaw blade was like, "I'm tired, boss." So, yeah, at that point, because it like trying to get it through a tree branch like that big around, it was binding and everything. So I was like, well, good thing this is the last one. So my daughter, same daughter who helped me make the cheesecake today, helped me yesterday out in the yard. She did an amazing job. And so I got all that crap piled in the lee corner of the outside of the house. My neighbor came back over today and helped me put up boarding, the last heavy board on the front of the house. By neighbor, I mean Gator. I'm not cooked. I'm just getting started. On Twitter is my stream called Off Grid Storm Prep and Gaming. No, I mean, it's just called Wednesday live stream. I can edit it. I can call it that if you want. But so I got soaked multiple times today doing the last of the stuff. As you may or may not know, that wall I'm pointing at divides the garage that I'm in. The other side of that wall is where just like I do my 3D printing and stuff out there, and that's also where yard tools and crap like that are kept. Oh, Dan is cooked. Okay. Anyway, so I got the I got the sandbag setting because our driveway has a slight down slope to it. So I basically I sandbagged, and I know how to sandbag properly to stop water. You put a plastic barrier down, then you put your sandbags down. The sandbags are basically holding a liner. I use plastic yard bags, and yeah, so that's what I did today. But it was weird to see a lot of people not prepping Sunday morning. Like I walked straight into a Big Lots, which is going out of business, and I grabbed like 4 cases of Dasani. Just shook, those are mine, and walked out. And nobody else was loading up on stuff. So I think it kind of started to set in Sunday. Yeah. The one near us is going out of business. So, you know. Here's the thing about Big Lots. I'll just interject this real quick. If you don't know what Big Lots is, it is a very it is they get a lot of like not off brands. They do have name brand stuff, but it's like last year's stuff, not last year's food, but like last year's fashion, last year's movies, lots of dump bin stuff. You make a nice cranberry limeade. So anyway, they started out as a discount store, but their prices are no better than Target, which I know that's discount store to a lot of you guys. Here, I'm going to look at the camera for a little bit. I'll move this over so I can see you. But anyway, oh, hey, Lord Coron, I missed you dipping in. We still have power. Yeah, it probably is like that. Thank you, Bad Toad Games. Is it 5 nights a week when there's power? So yeah, their prices basically went kind of bonkers. And they stopped, like, when you sell Broyhill couches that cost north of $1,000, you're not catering to the little communities that the little lower middle class communities. Your store is in a hollowed out former Zayres or TG&Y discount store. All right. And oh yeah, they're great for Christmas ornaments. But I mean, there we are. So they're going out of business. But despite the fact that they're going out of business and saying up to 20% off, none of the bottled water was 20% off. Zehrs went out of business in like 1991 or 1992. You'd like to hang out. Zehrs, there actually is a little bit of Zehrs left. Bell's. Bell's started as a part of that chain and overtook it. But part of Zehrs' problem, part of what sunk Zehrs, was they had terrible shrink. You guys know the scenes from big cities now that are like, we don't prosecute shoplifting, and their cities are filled with people who think shoplifting is not a crime and stuff like that. It's James. It's spelled Zayers. That was Zehrs in the 80s and 90s. Nordic Maelstrom, how are you? Good to see you, my friend. Welcome, welcome. You're now one of the 556 folk watching this stream. So, Zehrs existed, and they had kind of a lower tier store, which ended up being a better store for me as a kid to buy Dungeons and Dragons and Japanese model kits from, and that was TG&Y. I liked TG&Y. No. You don't have to do that wave of mutilation. I put this special dye in the pool that'll turn purple if he... anyway. It's windy and rainy. And I think that brings us to a good point here where we can add this back. And we can look then. Okay, so right now, this makes me happy. This is where I am. I'm just going to scroll that down so I don't accidentally dox myself. There is a marginal risk of severe weather tonight. This is the rain graph. Storms likely for the next several hours. Tropical storm conditions likely. Not Zales, Zayers, Z-A-Y-E-R-S. But right now, it's 10:45, 26-mile-an-hour winds. It is pouring rain. We'll get some thunderstorms in a little bit. I'll stay with you guys for a good clip. Ooh, what's the red arrow? Alert level 3. This is when it's going to start to hot up, basically between 2 and 6. And it starts to slow down at 7. And it'll be gusty pretty much through until tomorrow evening. And then the rain stops. And this is Friday the 11th. So, if our power doesn't get knocked out, big if. Zayers, yes. But if our power doesn't get knocked out, tomorrow night we will return to flight. We will be playing episode 2 of Call of Cthulhu, and I suspect I'll have far fewer than 558 folks watching because more people are probably clicking on this for Storm info than not. One thing I want to say, and I want to emphasize this, that I just had up here, don't take this as some kind of advice if you're in Florida. Like, oh, this guy's just saying this. This guy must be like on top of this. Like, I'm not. I mean, I could do this. Here, let me remove this real quick. Another good one you can check out is Weather Underground, Wonderground. And right now we're close enough to 11. Oh, you guys can't see that. We are close enough to 11, which I don't know if y'all can see that at all. But yeah, 30-mile-an-hour winds, heavy thunderstorms and winds. Next day hourly forecast, because it does it in hours. They're saying slightly heavier winds, but this isn't awful. This isn't terrible. So, Weather Underground is a good one. I tend to lean more towards Weather Underground. I have nothing against the Weather Channel. Someone messaging me. Where did we go? Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Hello, Jane Morrow. Good to see you. Welcome. A bit different of a setup than the last time I was here, but welcome. It's good to see you again. Anyway, someone messaged me. Let me do something quick here. Sorry, I'm pasting the link so somebody can come and watch the stream if they want to. But anyway, where was I? Oh yes, I was right here, getting rained on. Mid-Journey for RPG. I have not. I have tried to ask some RPG or some image generators to draw RPG maps, but I never I never get a good result from them. Oh, right. Yes. James Seymour. Cheesecake recipe. Okay. All right, guys. The baseline cheesecake. This is the Delver's standard cheesecake. What you want is 3 bars of cream cheese. It can be Philly, it can be your favorite store brand, whatever. Hello. I see you there. Kristen. 3 bars of cream cheese, a half a stick of butter, 1 cup and 4 tablespoons of sugar. Separate. 1 cup, 4 tablespoons. 3 eggs, 1 packet of graham crackers. Like you get the graham crackers and there's like 3 packets in a box. 1 of those. Yes, I'm giving a cheesecake recipe. Vanilla. A springform pan. You need to have a springform pan. You can use parchment paper or not. It's entirely up to you if you want to keep your springform pan a little bit cleaner. So, let's start it up. Oh, and 3 eggs. You want 3 eggs. It doesn't matter, Kenneth. It literally doesn't matter. You cannot put too much vanilla in a cheesecake. I wouldn't recommend it for chocolate. It would clash with chocolate, but I would not say, if someone was asking for a chocolate cheesecake recipe, I would not include that. So, take a gallon Ziploc bag. Put your graham crackers, just empty that packet in there. Squish all the air out, seal it. Take a rolling pin, roll it until you have pebbles, not dust, but no identifiable pieces of cracker left. You don't want to turn it into dust. Melt your butter. Put your graham cracker crumbs in a bowl separate from the butter. Take your 3 or 4 tablespoons of sugar. Mix them in with the graham crackers with a big serving fork. Get it nice and mixed in there. Dump your butter in. Mix that up till it's the consistency of wet sand. Preheat your oven to 325 degrees. By the way, all these measurements are in freedom units, not the communist measurement system. Now, take your wet sand mix of graham cracker crumbs. Dungeon Minister threw me off. Press that into your springform pan. Just dump it out in your springform pan. Carefully press it. Put that in the oven. Bake it for 10 minutes, not 11. 10 minutes. Take it out, set it aside. Now, go back in time 8 hours. What you want to do before any of this is, like, the day you're going to make this, take your cream cheese bars and set them out on the counter. Let them come to room temperature. What you want to do is scrape your cream cheese, which should now be kind of sticky, very not solid. Put that in a mixing bowl. Start mixing it. Dump your cup of sugar in. Mix it until you get almost like a cake frosting kind of consistency. One at a time. This is important. This is an important step, guys. One at a time, beat in an egg. And the proportion of egg to cream cheese is 1 egg for every bar of cream cheese. So if you're doing a bigger cheesecake with like 4 bars of cream cheese, you want 4 eggs. Anyway, so my nose is itching all of a sudden. So you just beat those in. You want the whole thing to have a nice consistency. Now, Kenneth asked, how much vanilla? How much do you want? I will literally take the lid off the vanilla and go blip, blip. And then just mix it up. Good morning, Savo. We may have some cheesecake in the morning tomorrow. Rose, I don't know. I have one in the fridge, cooling. A key lime cheesecake, which this is not. You literally just mix in vanilla until the cheesecake tastes good to you. But you want to thoroughly mix this. Now pause in your mixing periodically. Take a rubber spatula and scrape the insides of the bowl, and then scrape that off on the beaters of your mixer, and then mix it again. All right? You don't want to waste any of this. Costco muffins are good. You don't want to waste any of this. You don't want to have lumps in your cheesecake, like just lumps of unmixed cream cheese, because it just tastes kind of bland. So you just keep that process up. Don't overmix it. Okay? If you feel like it's kind of starting to stiffen, stop. Pour this and scrape this into your springform pan over your crust. Now, here's what people get fancy schmancy. Some people will tell you to wrap the springform pan, basically make an arena of foil around it, and then set it in a water bath. Or to put it in a baking pan in the oven and then have a bowl of water. I've never found any of those things don't make the cheesecake not crack. Maybe I just don't do it right. Rose, Kirsten is your mirror universe you, the evil you from the mirror universe who has a goatee and a mustache. So you bake this at 325 for 50 minutes, 50 minutes. And you have cheesecake. Once it's out, let it cool for 3 hours on the counter, not in the oven. What is a springform pan? That is a fine question, and I will come right back to that, James. My wife's cat checking in on me. Hello, Lexi. Anyway, so after it has cooled, don't take it out of the oven and throw it in the fridge. After it has cooled, cover it with foil, put it in the fridge, minimum 12 hours. Next day, put the cheesecake into your face. Just and that'll be good. So, let me show you a springform pan. Hurricane supplies. Can I get those delivered tomorrow, Amazon? So this gadget right here, this is not an endorsement, by the way. I do not have an Amazon store or wish list or whatever. Actually, you know what? I am going to add this over here because then I can just do this. That is a springform pan. This doohickey right here, when you pop it open, basically it becomes a hoop. Do you guys want me to go get one and show it to you, like how it works and everything? I will absolutely do that if you guys want, because I have one in my kitchen, and I love all you guys. 588 folks watching. We're riding this damn storm out. It is right now 30-mile-an-hour winds, 97% cloud cover, 95% humidity. Gonzalez says no. What is this? Oh, we have an alert. National Weather Service flash flood warning is in effect for this area until 2 a.m. This is a dangerous, life-threatening situation. Do not attempt to travel unless you are fleeing an area subject to flooding or under. Oh, damn. So here we go, folks. See if I can make that focus. Because I sure can't. So I don't know what it means by this area. I don't. No wonder I didn't hear that. For some reason, my phone is on mute. Now it has sound. No, I do not have a generator. Nordic's going to send an airship to rescue me. A blimp. I have sandbagged the areas that are subject to that, Rose. Everyone knows that high elves eat the most cheesecake in proportion to their total caloric intake. In sheer volume, though, certain gnomes eat their body weight. Very true. Very true. Yeah, I'm gonna go get it. Hang on a second. I'm gonna remove me. I'm not like shutting down the stream, but hang on. And I'm back. All right. So here we go. Springform pan. I bet this is something nobody ever thought they'd see on my D&D channel. All right. So anyway, there's the latch. Pan goes in there. If it has a proper name, I don't know it. But there you go. And that's how it holds the cheesecakey goodness in while it's baking. I have made them in pie pans before. It's not a big deal. Fire safety 1. So springform pan is a quick release cake pan. Exactly fire safety 1. And then there you go. Normally, so Rose, normally I am over here. I am over in the studio zone. Yes, I can make cheesecake. I'm not. Scroll back. Death Angels. I have talked many times on the show about cheesecake. Almost as much as I talk about Advanced Dungeons and Dragons and impending destruction by weather. Ouch. Ah. Oh, where that? Yes, where the neat little house is. Hey, uh, oh, I don't know. I promise that when we get back to regular broadcasting, we will come back. I know I've shown it off before, but it's my show. I can do whatever I want. When I come back and I am sitting back in my studio corner proper, um, I will uh, I will do the Miniature Monday next Monday, the Monday Miniature Madness, and we will talk about the Miniature Building Authority building. Yes, when I say cheesecake, I'm not talking about the succubi miniatures that I have over there, both painted and not. I mean actually the food stuff. I should do like a dining with Delver channel and just cook my favorite stuff. I'll have to clean the hell out of my kitchen because it's a disaster most of the time. Death Angels likes a creamier cheesecake. Uh, so Savo is very smart. By the way, Rose, okay, I'm going to go over here. I want to show you something. Come on, Twitter, hurry up. This merits looking at because I know you love the visual arts. Everyone, this is Savo's artwork and character Feifel. This is absolutely gorgeous. Look at this. Look at this. Just beautiful stuff. This busted me up, by the way. Gnomes are in range, so let's steer the catapults that way. The jack-o'-lantern shot. The sultry leaning out the window. Another one that I adore. Not Feifel, a sorceress's vanity portrait. Oh, I can just do this. Probably get me demonetized, but I have dropped so many F-bombs tonight, I am anyway. So if anyone wants to throw me a super or 3 for the demon that I've taken, another beautiful one. See, I talk about cheesecake. Savo draws cheesecake. Wintery Feifel. Yeah, Zachary. Hopefully no more exotic snakes. This is precious. I love that one. And that's not just some weird lighting effect. That's actually a will-o'-the-wisp that's hanging out. You draw Wheeze Cake. A fall elf. Anyway, you guys are going to have to come over here to Twitter and subscribe to Feifel's channel. It's Feifel the Twit on, well, Savo's channel, rather. Because I don't think you have a YouTube channel, do you? Do you, Savo? Or did you? I just love that one because how humorous it is. Taming of the casserole. A musket shot to the casserole. Hobby. My God, if I had a hobby and could draw this good, I tell you what. But anyway, that's just some of the awesomeness that that Feifel has created, that Savo has created of a Feifel. I can learn. No, it's too late for me. It is far too late for me. Far too late. You are quite welcome, Savo. Good night, Dungeon Minister. I will do my best to stay dry. I mean, you know, I just, I can't even draw a straight line. Who are you hearing laughing in the back? Oh, that is probably my wife and my daughter out in the living room, yucking it up. My daughter made spaghetti for dinner, which is probably not why they're laughing. But anyway, ask me anything, guys. I mean, the hurricane is upon us. I can show you the map if you want to see that. Right now, maximum sustained winds 105. It has seriously slowed the hell down, which is very good. Oh, so I'll put that up there. Where am I in regards to the path of the hurricane? Okay. I don't want to dox myself. No, 105 is no picnic. I insist you ask, Sabo. Only if I can bring you on the stream and you ask it yourself. No, I'm just kidding. You can ask. So if you look here, let me zoom into this a little bit. Let's open the image in a new tab. All right, let's zoom in a little bit. We are about where I have that pointer. That may be a little bit too high. So if you look at the tip of the mouse pointer, we're somewhere in here. I am in kind of the southern central part of Seminole County, Florida. Kind of rose. Yeah, I mean, like I said, 30, 40 mile an hour winds, probably 50 mile an hour gusts. The big thing is the wet ground, because that can loosen tree roots and they can just say, oh, and let go, and then oh, it is what it is. Okay, so Sabo asks a linguistic question and says, in my games, do I assign a lingua franca as the common tongue or just call it common? I've just always said the common speech. I mean, I assume that it would be, like in Greyhawk, for example, I would assume that the common speech would be a polyglot of the Flan, Sul, and Aerdian tongues that kind of smeared together, like, like Latin is the root of all the Western European languages, so you'd kind of have a blend of something like that. And then when you get to certain races and certain other kingdoms, things will change up a little bit. Ah, chaotic evil is clearly French. Okay, so here's the thing about alignment languages. They are not exactly precisely spoken languages. An alignment language consists of a very few words, not a specific syntax, certain gestures, poses, maybe a handshake that is done in a certain way. So that is the gist of alignment languages. You don't sit down and say, here is the dictionary of lawful good. Here is a book written in neutral evil. Here is a play being performed just as it was originally conceived, in chaotic good. So I have a question for you, Savo. What is Feifel's alignment? This is important. We need to know. I get a strong chaotic good vibe from Feifel. Like she has never done anything overtly evil. Basically, with an alignment, you can let someone of like alignment know that you are of their alignment, and that's it. Just we gotta keep in. Uh, putting my feet up on my subwoofer. You know, I always when the hurricanes start to hit, I always panic and clean up. Um, she's chaotic neutral. I don't know. I'd say we need to slap a helm of opposite alignment on her, but I cannot imagine Feifel as lawful neutral. All humans are chaotic neutral. All people in this world are chaotic neutral. Well, no, I think there are some actually genuinely evil people in this world. I shouldn't say that. So here's my feeling about alignments. I feel, I mean, we should have had the tank theme from Left 4 Dead when I was scrolling that across. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Do, 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 do. Um, so, okay. Well, I can see that. Yeah. So, um, so here's the thing with let's see. I'm perfectly happy to play a fantasy role playing game without alignments. Um, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons First Edition is my favorite RPG. Original D&D is my second favorite. The various basics, well, Mold Bay Basic and Holmes Basic are basically tied for third. And those games have alignment, and I prefer to use them. If you said, well, hey, what if we had alignments in Hero System? I said, get the hell out of here. I like alignment in my Dungeons and Dragons. I don't want alignment in Hero Systems or Star Wars D20 or Twilight 2000 or uh, GURPS Old West or anything else. Good night, Sean. I like alignments. I like how they are laid out in AD&D. In that game, that is how they do. And see, I'm the opposite, Nordic. The more I have played AD&D, the more I've enjoyed it. Oh, by the way, happy birthday to Nordic Maelstrom. It was his birthday today. A pork roast and sauerkraut sounds absolutely amazing. Kyle says, when I went to the rifle range last night, they asked me my alignment. um, see. Let's put this up here. Let's see if we can find. I'm going to mute this. And I'm certainly going to shut their chat. You know, I'm not going to gank. That is actually somebody else's YouTube. I don't believe it. I can actually not find. I should. Maybe it's over on Weather Underground. No, don't leave, Rose. You can stay. You can leave if you want, but I would prefer you stay. But I understand. I'm not going to get hurricaned. Well, I promised Mrs. the Dungeon Delver I was not going to be on Storm Watch tonight. I'm not doing it. I'm not sitting up till 6 o'clock in the morning. I will. I'll just be useless tomorrow. I cannot believe that images. Here we go. Here's a fun one. There. We're back to news. Now, just to let everyone know, people are talking about this storm being stronger than we had the ability to measure, that like Earth's atmosphere like could not contain a hurricane of that power, and etc. It was like that out in the ocean. It slowed. Category 2 is rough, but it's not like it is not like light. I shouldn't say that. Category 2 is still dangerous. Basically, anything that qualifies as storm, because I'm going to tell you guys something, and I mentioned this the other day when I was posting up. TD says, play more Dwarven Magic users. No. There are no Dwarven Magic users. There are no playable Dwarven Magic users. Anyway. What happened in South Carolina, North Carolina, and Tennessee was done by a tropical storm force event. And we have had tropical storm force winds here all day. And I walked Zeus at like 7 o'clock tonight. Well, if you're in the Department of Emergency Management, you have to go to work, Nordic. But anyway, so generally speaking, only stuff that begins as a tropical depression that just kind of washes in over us, do we kind of just go meh, and then not really concern ourselves with. Tropical storm, category 1, category 2. With that said, a Cat 3, 4, or 5 hurricane hitting us here where I am, that is, then you start to get up to the bricks of your house are going to be blown down. Fours and fives are structural. That is when you start talking about, like, imagine the force of an atom bomb rolling over your house for hours. Sorry, just saying goodbye to someone there. So this we take very seriously. But in the scale of things, having tropical storm force winds rolling past my house is a hell of a lot less terrifying than having category 1, 2, or 3 force winds. Because that is just, it's seriously bad juju. Now, Sarasota and Tampa probably got the crap beaten out of them this afternoon. And those poor people. So you can see, like, how it's just going to blow out of here, and I mean, yeah. Literally the only nice thing about this is, for about a day or two after a storm like this comes through, it's relatively cool. There's a lot of water on the ground that is absorbing a lot of heat out of the air. By the way, big props to whoever this is, Weather 5 CBS. I'm not sure where they're located. But yeah, you can see Cat 3, 111 to 129. 4, 130 to 156. And 5 is 157 miles an hour. So, yeah, it's some scary shit. It is some scary, scary shit. $647 folks watching, and that is awesome. I love you guys. Thank you all for tuning in. Everyone in the state will have to purchase a new plastic flamingo. Yes, yes, it is a burden that we will have to shoulder somehow. Where I lost my, is it? There we go. I'll get some rest in a little while. Lord Coron. Don't worry about me. I promise you guys, I'm not doing Storm Watch. I am not sitting up and doing Storm Watch tonight. Don't worry about me, like, having, anxiety. I will tell you that a couple of years ago, so a good buddy of mine, he wasn't a good buddy a couple of years ago. Yeah, Tom Terry. Scary Terry, we call him. And so Tropical depression Tom Terry is suit, coat, tie. Tropical storm Tom Terry is suit, coat, and tie, but you can see the dress shirt is unbuttoned. Cat 1, the suit coat is off. Cat 2, the sleeves are rolled up. Cat 3, the tie is off. A Cat 3 and beyond. So that is that Tom Terry. Not to be confused with Todd Terry, who was a DJ producer in the 1980s and 90s. Yeah, I think we're going to be okay, Jimmy, I think. But we take it seriously. We take it seriously. Let me see something here. I just want to take a quick gander. Well, hey, that's nice. Some more folks subscribe. We're at 6425. I would love it if we could hit 7,000 before the end of the year, guys. Tropical depression. Yeah, I use that to describe my mood sometimes. Tropical depression. Yeah, because there's no other peninsula states or countries or nations at all, ever, anywhere. Yeah, it's just Florida that looks like a wang. That forecast cone is very suggestive. Um, New Zealand looks like a boot. It's like the gods had a pair, or a god had a pair of boots and scattered them around the house. Yeah, we're still here. I thought you were still here, just being quiet. I, whew, I can't. Wow. And yet, so many men can't find Monaco on a map. You went an 8. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're out on the left coast, the incorrect coast, as I like to call it. So it's only 8:30 out there. Yeah, no, I'm still rolling on. There's 600 plus people who've tuned into this. By the way, I just want to say hello to Stacey Kaywood. Thank you very much for watching the stream tonight. I asked her to swing by and watch. I do not know if she commented. If I did, I lost it. Put your finger on the tip of Spain and slowly move. Gosh, I wonder if I can hit 700 tonight. But I am trying to share as much storm info. Let's click over. Let me go back to that live page. Let's go. It's the cone. All right, here's Weather Channel again, and we'll refresh that. See if we're still getting an alert. Yeah, no, the 1 a.m. alert is apparently not a thing. So right in here again, according to them, I'm no meteorologist, but right in here we're going to start to hit peak winds. Don't be fooled by this, by the way. 35 miles an hour. That's not that bad. That's certainly not enough to pick up a tree, but it's enough to push over a tree whose root ball is in water that has been the earth has basically become soup. Oh, that's good, Death Angels. That's good. Hey, Gonzalo Lira, thank you so much for the super. First super of the night. Who will match this madman? Gonzalo says, anyone like Hero 5th Edition? Pulp campaigns have been going for 5 years. Are free to play. Reach out to me. Thank you, Gonzalo. Where can they reach out to you? You can't put an email address, but you can type it out like gonzalo.lira@gmail.com. You can spell it out like that in the chat. All right, that's fine, Michael Dale. Take care. Take care. On my Discord server. Okay. All right. So let's see. So folks, you can contact Gonzalo Lira on the Discord server. Now, I think a lot of people are probably tuned in right now because you are watching uh, you are watching maybe because of storm information. I am primarily, if you haven't picked it up, a D&D nerd. If you want to join us, I will put that link up. You are absolutely welcome to come over to the Discord. The Discord is fairly nerd and game centric. So Savo Hero System is a D6 dice pool system, and it is Hero System itself started out as a supers game called Champions, but it has now evolved into an all-in-one. Oh, okay, there you go. Garg for is Gonzalo Lira. But anyway, so if you want to follow nerdy stuff, I will put this over on X, and I gotta find. There we go. I'll have it up in a couple of places then. So you can join us over on the Discord if you want to. Hero System, okay, Hero System is a toolkit, guys. Oh, I am, did not mean to do that. Hero System is a toolkit. And the toolkit that it is, Bob Gnarly's Magic Man. I'll do an Alex Jones voice impression for a super. I'll do it if you guys want to hear it. Good to see you again, Bob Gnarly. How's everybody on your end? Yeah, it's just a nerdy place to nerd out about D&D. My Discord is, so you can join us over there. If the wind picks up, Bob, I'm going to be traveling this week too, to somewhere between the east coast of Florida and Bermuda. Hey, my rock and roll will never die. Just hang your hair down in your eyes, you'll make $1 million. I love that little ditty. I'm fine, Bob. I've been putting weather reports up. It's going to be gusty winds again. Again, folks, I take it seriously. I take it very seriously. Anyway, so yeah, Hero System is a point buy build system, and you can run it in any. You can run any system. You can run any scenario with it. High fantasy, low fantasy, sword and sorcery, Old West, 1930s Call of Cthulhu, spies, hard science fiction, science fantasy, World War II stuff where there's nothing fantastical at all. You just want to talk about a group of soldiers. Yeah, you know what? Let's go and let's put that up there. Let's something a little depressing than hurricane stuff. How about let's see. And you know where we're going to go for this? I don't get an affiliate link from them, but I'm going to go through DriveThruRPG and we're going to go to Hero System. I think 5th was peak Hero System. Yeah, you could run a romantic comedy with it, Savo. All right, here we go. 5th Ed Revised. Widely regarded as the best role-playing game ever created. It's not. It's good. It's not the best. But yeah, I have 5e. But the beauty about it is Champions, the first version of Champions, which was very much a pulp 70s comic book game because it came out in 1980. Is 100% forward compatible with Hero 5. They had the perfect formula, and then they started screwing with it with 6th edition. So if you're going to learn, stick with Hero 5. Hero 5 is what you want. And you can get a soft cover of the book for $40. It's expensive, I know. That book is literally like almost 3 inches thick. If you want a simpler one, whoops. But like you can go with 4th edition, and you'll still learn the rules the same way. We're talking about 5e Hero System, Bob, gnarly, but yeah, it's. I feel you. I feel you about 5th Ed. 662. Can we get to 666? Watch it. It'll go to 666, and then like you guys will just see like the roof fly out the house behind me just before the stream drops. Yeah, especially with the Mexican orcs. Did you see that art, Bob? I can't remember if you left a comment on my video about the Mexicorks. And yeah, I mean, it's like a telenovela. And the irony is there are so many systems. Hero System. You can run It's Hero System as a telenovela with orcs if you want. And you would have a better time than trying to hammer the square peg into the round hole with D&D. Yes, Savo. Yes, it does. If you see your mother this weekend, Satan, Satan, Satan. I actually have the. Hang on a second. I'll show you guys the book. Hold on. Look at this. Look at this monster of a book. Now, this might seem daunting, but it's not. The combat section is fairly easy to get up on. Most of this is explaining advantages and disadvantages and giving really good examples about how to build powers. You want to stat out a Pomeranian, the dog? You can do it in here. You want to build an Abrams tank? You can do it in here. You want to stat up Hank Aaron, the baseball player, Superman, George Washington, Cthulhu. You can do it all with this. All of it. It is incredibly flexible. the PDF. You put the PDF on a flash drive and it bends the socket. But yeah, 5th revised. Now, you may say, well, what's the point? I sound like a fucking salesman. You may say, what is the point of having a system where you have to build everything? There are a lot of setting books you can get for this, so you don't have to. There's Hero System Sci-Fi, which has both hard sci-fi and fantastical sci-fi. There's Hero Fantasy, there's Ninja Hero for Oriental. How's the art? Well, here's a piece of art. I don't even know if that's showing up well on the camera. Sorry. Personally, I think older editions had better art, and that's not just me getting on my old man pants. But there is some nice stuff in the newer editions. I don't think they have an ancient Rome setting. It's not as setting crazy as like what do you call it? GURPS got to be. It's like, I want to run a GURPS game in Southwest Georgia. GURPS Southwest Georgia, here you go. You know. Let me see. Do I have any of the setting books? Now, you might ask, if I like it that much, why don't I marry it? No, if I like it that much, why don't I run... oh, we skipped right past 666. We're at 671 now. No, you are not missing anything, Bob. You are not missing anything. If you want... I mean, I think Hero System is vastly better than GURPS. However, having a setting book for GURPS, those things always have good ideas in them. Anyway, let me see if I've got a setting book for Hero I can show you guys. Hold on. Okay, I think they must be, like, maybe they're in a tote, a storage tote, or maybe on a shelf out in the den. Because I know I've seen like at least the GURPS, the Hero System sci-fi book. Yeah, I've got some Reaper, I've got some Army Painter, I've got Coat d'Arms. I have. Did I put it where it belongs? I must have put it where it belongs. I have 6 or 7 jars of paint. They're Games Workshop Citadel colors from 1992 that are still fresh and viable, and I still use them. Hero System Champion 6th edition. It's basically, so Hero System began as Champions, which was a superheroes only role-playing game. But then they realized, hey, why do you have to make the Flash or Iron Man or Batman or Dr. Octopus or Dr. Doom or Doctor Strange? You could make a cowboy, you could make a football player, you could make a police officer, you could make a soldier, you could make a pirate, you could make a wizard, you could make a spaceman, whatever you wanted to. Am I a vet? Oh no, the shirt, the army shirt. No, I was talking about this. My wife is a civilian employee for the Department of Defense, and she got this at a gift shop in one of the assignments she had. She got this. Anyway, well, in the mid 1980s, they just started to expand it out and release different books. But they still lean heavily on their on their original RPG Champions. It's just now a separate source book outside of the core rule book. And 6th edition is the latest edition of Hero System, which after 40 years finally instituted core mechanics rule changes. So, Champion 6th edition for Hero System. Football player and hero. That's right. Flash. I'm not going to try and hit Freddie Mercury's range. You guys don't have enough supers to throw me to get me to do that. But anyhow, so here's the question. Do I stay streaming until we get 1,000 people watching? Uh-oh. Did it go down? Oh, it must have. Oh, we must have lost it. Maybe we can go back to it. Nope. Maybe they got mad that I had it on the screen. Oh, that's a little distressing that the weather radars are I'm not getting, let's see, click to Houston. Yeah, we're just kind of up here. Oh, I'm not putting that on the screen. I think that's just a still image. Yeah, that's not an actual radar tracker. You guys let me know if you want some more weathery stuff. So we're looking at, yeah, Freddie Mercury was arguably the greatest rock vocalist of all time. I mean, as a band, like overall, like listen to song one, record one to the last track on their last album. I prefer Led Zeppelin over Queen, but I must acknowledge, and I do like Queen. Don't get me wrong. I, yeah, yeah, no, it's not even close. Freddie Mercury. Anyways, the storm getting close. That I can actually answer you. So here we are. Let's add this one. The X is where it's at right now as of 11 p.m. and they will probably update it again at 2 a.m. And I am somewhere right there where the pointer is. So draw your own conclusions. It's funny. I just love how Queen just casually invented thrash metal with new. Everybody knows "We Will Rock You" and "We Are the Champions," which are two separate songs um, from News of the World. The real banger track on that album, which of course I can't play because, goodbye demonetization. But the real banger track is "Sheer Heart Attack," not the album "Sheer Heart Attack" by Queen, but the song "Sheer Heart Attack" on News of the World. Because, like I said, here comes Queen in 1976 or 77, whenever, or was News of the World 78? I can't remember. Anyway, and by the way, here's something called thrash metal. You guys will love this in 10, 12 years. Yep, still going. There was a box set, which I actually think I have the cassette box set of in a box somewhere in the house, called Rubaiyat, which was a tribute to Elektra Records. And it was a bunch of then new artists covering older artists' records. Like you had, there's a really popular Latin band in the 90s, and I can't remember who they were, but they did this really good cover of Hotel California, but it's all in Spanish. And it's like they do it like in Corrida style. That was great. And was it, you had The Cure covering, I think, People Are Strange by The Doors. And Metallica did a cover of Stone Cold Crazy. And this is in the before time for them. So I quite enjoyed their cover of Stone Cold Crazy. No, I haven't lost power. You lost power. I have all the power. Yeah, that Rubaiyat set was pretty awesome. I quite liked it. But I bought it on cassette. Well, I'm going to hang on here. All right, here we go. Yeah, it came out in 1990. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was Hello, I Love You by The Cure. So here we go. House of the Rising Sun by Tracy Chapman. Not a great cover. Billy Bragg, 7 and 7 is. Gypsy Kings. That was it. Gypsy Kings. Such a fun cover of Hotel California. Werewolves of London. That was a neat cover. Motorcycle Mama by the Sugar Cubes. Oh, I'd forgotten about this. I gotta track this album down again. Kronos Quartet doing Marquee Moon. Ernie Isley doing a cover of Let's Go. Yeah, that's a heck of a lineup. Guys, I'm going to ask you to hang on just a second here. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Things are getting pretty heavy here. We haven't lost we haven't lost power. Winds are really starting to kick up. Um, we heard something. Don't know what it was. Don't know if something has landed on the house. Hope not. So I'm going to walk around the house and make sure that nothing's leaking. Um, and just keep an eye out. No, we don't have palms on our property here, Sabo. There some houses up the street do. No, I'm not going outside, and it's pitch black anyway. So I'm proper worried now because we haven't hit the heaviest part. I was feeling kind of okay about this, and I'm legit worried. All right, so we are 54-mile-an-hour wind. I'm sorry, 54-mile-an-hour gusts coming out of the north. So it's blowing this way, as if that means anything to any of you guys. Wait, do you still think it's... Does this thing's... Let's look at the hourly and see where we're at. So I'm just a little freaked out right now, guys. These are the worrisome hours. Oh, I'm sorry, you guys can't even say I didn't even have that added. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry, Bob, I don't really want to talk about politics or Ron DeSantis or anything. I'll leave that to other people's judgment. Don't really get into that stuff on this stream. I just wish it was like it's kind of covered up. I'm going to make it smaller so you guys can see. I just wish it was here, you know, or here even. Someplace over here, maybe. God, the next few hours are going to be hell. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, everything, nothing's dripping through the roof in any rooms or anything like that. Um, yeah, MC5 were great. You know who I think could have been as good as MC5, but we never found out, was the Bar-Kays. Different vibe, but uh, oh, Tom Selleck's mustache. That was a mustache you could set your watch by. That was a mustache that told us in the 1980s, in the midst of the Second Cold War, and an uncertain future, that everything was going to be okay. That was really America's mustache, if I have to say. You know, I hope that answers your question. I hope that gives you a good sense of where I stand on Tom Selleck's mustache. That he did, Gonzalo. That he did. I have a shirt made by the company, and they're still kicking around. One of the companies that provided Hawaiian shirts for him. You guys have seen me wear it on the stream before. It's the Bird of Paradise shirt. Yes, definitely. Every once in a while, he's done a movie, like he did a movie where he played Eisenhower a few years ago, and he shaved the mustache. Oh, that's not something you want to see. Oh no, 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 no. Never want to see that. Yep, yep. Hang on one more second, guys. Huh? The Bird of Paradise, they call this one. Albania. Yeah, but I mean, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, though, Bob Gnarly. I mean, their skin is all white and they have those pink eyes. Oh no, that's albinos. Right. Sorry. If you ordered me a daiquiri, how long? Gosh. So the funny story I'll tell you there. 7-Eleven. There's 711 people watching. Open 24 hours. um, Back in the go-go 90s, I'm talking about like 95, 6, 7, and 8. Because things really started to fall off in 1998. It was the dot-com boom. And there were companies that were like, you get companies that didn't do anything, like, oh, we're going to maximize HTML in the cyberware market space and really expand our mind share that direction. $60 million IPO, $100 million IPO, you'd have like guys that start out like two guys in a garage, not like Apple, but I mean, and then the next year they're buying a Super Bowl ad. And then the year after that, they're completely busted. But I remember reading this article on CNN.com. Like, I came in to work, tired, bleary-eyed, sit down, fire up my PC, fire up CNN.com. And they're talking about, like, companies doing, like, city-to-city catering. And they mentioned, like, there was this company that there was like an ice cream place in Chicago that made these amazing milkshakes. And if you wanted, they would pack you up some in dry ice and Delta Dash it, like same day delivery out of Chicago to wherever you were. And companies were paying for this. Companies were paying, they just had bottomless buckets of money because everybody wanted to be the new Microsoft. Not Apple, because Apple was like virtually worthless in the 90s. Everybody wanted to be the new Microsoft. And they wanted to show the world how rich and powerful and incredible they were. So, it's like, oh, well, we just IPO'd. We're worth $300 million, and we're going to have milkshakes brought out of Chicago to your office in Denver or Tampa or wherever. Completely bonkers. Yeah, it really was. It really was. I could punch myself for not learning HTML back then. Because respectfully, there are people, not my friends, I'm not bad-mouthing friends behind their backs, but there are some absolute toads. I know, but they taught themselves HTML. And they started making little websites when you could buy, onepunchvideogames.com for next to nothing for the ICANN licensing fee, who became millionaires. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. If it's before 97, it might. Savo, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you? Ballpark. Because I remember my boss, I worked for a dial-up internet provider in 1989, and my boss told me about this thing that came out in 1994, and he insisted I come over and try it. And I was like, what's the point in this? There's like, what, 10, 15, 20 of these websites out there? Oh, wow. I didn't realize you were so young, Savo. I remember the MTV.com thing. That was weird because um, I'm gonna, let's see, it's for now. Oh, by the way, if you guys are wondering why I was so freaked out looking, it wasn't just at random. Apparently, something big hit our back door. I'm thinking perhaps a tree may now be lying on the back half of my house. Um, I guess I'll know in the morning. Let's see. Adam Curry, that was it. So this was so strange. This was so strange. In the late 1980s, before the World Wide Web, MTVJ Adam Curry began experimenting on the internet. He registered the then unclaimed domain name MTV.com in 1993 with the idea of being MTV's unofficial new voice on the internet. It was sanctioned by supervisors at MTV Networks. When Curry left to start his own web portal design and hosting company, MTV sued him for the domain name, which led to an out-of-court settlement. And it's weird because, like, I grew up watching MTV, right? And there was Adam Curry. And he actually became really entrenched in the the electronic freedom frontier causes and that sort of thing. Yeah, it did. It tanked him. It absolutely tanked him. 720 people watching. That is awesome. So yeah, this little paragraph here. This is helpful, but trust me, guys, if you want to go down a rabbit hole about internet history, and there were people doing that, like, uh, there were lowercase h when I say this, hackers running out at, like, I'm going to register Coca-Cola.com. Basically you had domain squatters, and sometimes early on, big companies it's, oh, okay, all right, here's some merch and X hundreds or thousands of dollars, and go away. But then they got nasty. Then they got really nasty. And lawsuits started flying. Yeah, most companies would sue, occasionally get it back. But very early on, you could squat. Now that's like a big deal. Like, the courts are on the side of every company. I remember, this is actually not that old. Sorry, we're going to go back to the weather here. But you had a guy, and his name, what's this about? What about? 720, maybe here for more cheesecake recipes. Um, I'm just driving on through the night. Oh, a couple of people left. Back down to 718. Um, but um, Oh, I went blank. Sorry, I'm a little tired. Suing for free. Riding the storm out. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But it was a go-go time back then, early web days. Took tomorrow off to see how long this goes. All right, there we go. Back up to 721. Oh, no. But nobody's suing anyone. We were talking about Adam Curry trying to become MTV.com, and MTV basically Viacom. I think it was Viacom back then. Parked the Death Star over his house. Oh, Microsoft. That was it. There was a guy, his name was Mike Rowe. He was not the Mike Rowe of Dirty Jobs. He was just a programmer. And his company was named Mike Rowe Soft. And so he registered the domain MikeRoweSoft.com. And they went after him hammer and tongs. But the court case didn't exactly go Microsoft's way, so they tried to. They basically gave him a shit ton of basically Microsoft educational grant type stuff and some other things they were going to do, but I think they reneged on it a little bit. Very interesting case. Just listen to Riders on the Storm by The Doors, Michael Connor. Or even Stormy Weather, any good version of Stormy Weather. No, you cannot try that now. My domain, delversdungeon.com, got snapped up. It's now, what is it? Let's see. Yeah, it wasn't that before, but there is a malware thing embedded in that. For the longest time, it was a Korean MMO advertisement kind of website, and now it's so yeah. Nice wave. I'm killing everyone's phone battery tonight is what I'm doing. 725 people watching. If I get 1,000 people watching, I will do a news report, a weather update. I will read, let's see, I find something that's kind of long. Let's go to the front page.
Hurricane Milton made landfall Wednesday night around 8:30 in the evening near sea.
I did not expect that to start, Emily. Yeah, this is the most I've ever had watching. Now, right now, most of you guys are active over on YouTube at 22, but there's 708 over on Twitter. If a manatee and a plastic flamingo crash through your roof, I bet the stream will hit 1,000. Yeah. Read Gary's book intro for the first 4 TSR books. I will read. Let's see, how far does this go? Because I don't want to get stuck inside. I will read to the top of this. Oh my God. The Weather Channel put this. The Weather Channel put a post by someone named Diddy Tapes. I will read this section. I will read this body in Alex Jones' voice if we hit 1,000 tonight before I bail out. Did I ever meet Arneson? Yes, I met Dave Arneson a few times. He lived in Central Florida for a period of time, taught at Full Sail, and would go to a local wargaming convention where I would go and run first edition AD&D games. Of course, Dave Arneson didn't care for first edition AD&D, but he was fairly nice. And I got his autograph on my OD&D books, next to Gary's autograph. So, but yes, I have met Arneson. Of course, if you want to hear that before I hit 1,000, well, super chat money. If you don't want me to read it, if we hit 1,000 and you don't want to hear it, just super chat. I may have to sell them. I'm going to have to put those like in a Ziploc bag and put them somewhere safe because I may need it. I may need it. And I'm not trying to be morbid, but that is probably like Mrs. the Dungeon Delver has instructions that when I kick the bucket, there's a stack of books. She knows which ones they are to take to my buddy Paul Stormberg and have him auction and give the proceeds to Colleen. Does cheesecake shop well? I mean, I haven't taken any cheesecake out to a store. Does it ship well? Gosh, I don't. I think you'd have to pack it in dry ice, and it would have to be Delta Dash. Like, stop mentioning cheesecake. It's not set up yet. You want to eat it. If you could swim through my front yard to get here, Nordic, I'll share a piece with you tomorrow morning. Let me see, can I? It's lightly raining now, a little less windy. Everyone knows it's windy because windy has storm. What is a game shop I go to? Michael, I go to Gods and Monsters here in Orlando. It is run by my friends Todd and Anna. It is an absolutely fantastic. Let me see if I can pick this up. Yep. That is it. That is my FLGS. I absolutely adore it. And it blows my mind to think that I have had D&D books of my own sold in that store. The bar is incredible. The staff is really, really cool. It's a whole lot of fun. But that is my FLGS. I do not in the least bit mind taking the drive across town to go out there. That sounds awesome. Yeah, I saw the video. Let's see. I don't want to get blasted in the ear by this. Yeah, the roof of the Rays Stadium gone. I'm amazed that there's lights on in downtown Tampa. Look at that. How are their lights even still on? All right, we're Florida and we're tough. Downtown Fort Myers is underwater. Hey, Michael Mertig. Just doom scrolling, don't mind us. Look at that. Tropical storm warning as far north as Jacksonville. Hurricane. Just a big old bite out of the state. You got to be down to Okeechobee to be out of the way. Fortunately, though, like it says, Milton will continue weakening as the storm moves over Florida because of increasing wind shear and land interaction. It will remain a hurricane when it reaches the Atlantic coast. Savo, it was lovely hanging out with you tonight. Thank you for hanging out. Peace. It was blown off. It didn't have a chance to fall in, Michael. It was blown off. Wow, have I really been going now for almost 4 hours? Sleep in my water wings. Maybe sleeping in water. Yeah, they had set up like thousands of beds for the dudes inside, for the power, the linemen. Sorry, it's getting a little late and I'm a little punchy right now. No, I would. I had a water bed when I was an adolescent into my mid-20s until I moved out. I quite liked it actually. I was rather fond of it. Had a very very comfortable sleeping experience. I did. Everybody like water beds were the bomb back in the 70s and 80s, right? But excuse me. Yeah. No, I had yeah. It was great. It was great. And the world kind of moved on. But I remember here in Orlando, water bedroom land. They found out they were bad for our backs. Were they? I mean, I'm not saying they weren't. I just I loved mine. I really liked it. Had that heater, you could warm the water up, but then like on a hot summer day, you could just heat her off and lie down, and it was just like a heat sink, man. It would cool the room. I only ever got one leak, and we patched it, and that was it. Let's see, got an update yet? Nope, don't have an update yet. Noah still thinks it's right there. Let's see. Do they have a key to what those colors is? No, of course not. So that's not very helpful. And again, because I know people have asked, I'm right about here. Somewhere above the A and the N in Orlando. So Yeah. Nordic, thanks for hanging out. Will this stream be called Cheesecake Recipe at 2? No, probably not. I'm probably not going to rename it. Y'all can ask me about anything, within reason. By the way, if you haven't already, if you're just hanging around with us on Twitter, if you want to say hi, that's awesome. If you want to subscribe to me on YouTube, that's awesome too. I am at The Dungeon Delver on YouTube. If you want to throw a subscribe, that would be awesome. Did I say it would be awesome? Because that would be awesome. Go to Mobile tomorrow. Show your family where you lived as a teen. That's very cool. I don't know. I'll probably wrap up at the 1 a.m. mark, guys, unless anyone has got anything else they want to share. I mean, I think at this point my 743 watchers is actually just kind of drive-by. But if you're over on Twitter, and you want to say hello, hello. Oh, I'm doing it again. Sorry. Here, I'll stop sharing that for a while. You can look at my yawning face. An oriole is a kind of bird. Favorite way to start a new campaign? Okay, couple good questions there. Favorite way to start a new campaign? We'll start with fire safety once question. You guys trying to keep me on. Hey, Mobius, haven't seen you in a hot minute. How are you, sir? I hope you're well. It is what it is, my friend. The house is secure. We've heard some scary noises outside, but we're boarded up, so we don't know what it was. Favorite way to start a new campaign? Having the party meet because they've all been called together for a specific mission. Sometimes in media res, like on a caravan, stuff like that. Typical tropes. You all grew up in the same village. Nothing too shockingly outre, So what D&D video games did I play? If you mean strictly games branded as Dungeons & Dragons computer games, I played Pool of Radiance, Hillsfar, and some online D&D MMO. And that's it. If you mean D&D-like games, we're going to be here for a while. Because we start with text adventures, and then we get on into stuff like Temple of Apshai, Bard's Tale, fantasy, wizardry, Diablo, Diablo 2, Diablo 3, all of the Elder Scrolls games, Questron, Questron 2. Adjust my headphones. I just wish I had the standalone mic, because these are kind of starting to kill my ears and I don't really need to listen to you guys. Ah, Rollmaster. For those days when you just don't, you love a combat so much, you don't want it to end for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. Diablo or Diablo 2? Diablo 2. Oh God, just the gold box games, there were like 40 of those. So far so good, Mobius. I won't know until tomorrow morning. We're starting to get into the dangerous time now. Basically kicking off around 2, wrapping up around 6 is when it's going to be the windiest. But yeah, Diablo 2. I like how expansive the world is, even though it's not an open world game. I like the different stages. You know, you got the jungle, the desert. I like the what is it, Lords of Destruction add-on. That was a lot of fun. Or Lord of Darkness. Can't remember. Yeah, and I mean, Blizzard back then, they were such teases about when it was going to come out. I even remember like the main tavern in the uh, desert city for Christmas one year. They had their artists release a screenshot, and the tavern was done up in Christmas decorations. That's how long it was. Yeah, Diablo 3 was Diablo 2's was a game that wore Diablo around like a skin suit. It had cool things, but then it had a cool look to it, but not the things that made it good. That made Diablo good. Wow, 761 folks watching. If anyone wants a weather update, I mean, let's see, here's Weather Underground. Pulling this up now, doing a page refresh. Lord of Destruction, that, yeah. Okay, so hands up, who here just wanted the Herodric Cube just because it lets you have more stuff in your inventory? Guilty as charged. Guilty as charged. I only cared about the Herodric Cube because it increased my inventory. And I would carry around absolute crap. I would carry around absolute crap in my inventory. The Herodra Cube. It's from Diablo 2. It's kind of a magic box you could throw certain magic items in and click the combine button. It it would let you basically convert certain items and make them better. I have but it was in the Diablo game. Yes, space is absolutely king. I have used battle mats before, just the dry erase ones. I have a huge dry erase battle mat that Volcano God gave me. So here's an interesting thing about Diablo 1. Back not that long ago, it was discovered that the company that ported Diablo to the PlayStation accidentally included the source code, like the raw exposed source code. And using that and the easily accessible assets from the PC version, people actually were able to create ports of Diablo for systems. So like there's like a port of Diablo that runs on the old Amiga computer. You still have to have a rare to the point of being laughably expensive accelerator card, which is like imagine if you could get for your PC, like instead of swapping out a new processor, you just plugged one into a slot into like a PCIe slot. And I think that there was like a Power Mac port. It got ported to a few places. Any port in a storm, yeah. There is not such a thing extant for what do you call it? Diablo 2. Speaking of Blizzard and source code, this was kind of I didn't know about that. Apparently, a couple of years ago, a fellow, he's a games curator, collector, and he saw some pristine Blizzard boxes, or video game boxes rather, for sale, and there were some Blizzard games, and I think it was from like a storage unit sale. And long story short, one of the boxes had the gold CD master for StarCraft source code. Oh, I didn't know that shit. But yeah, so he mentioned it in public, mentioned it on Twitter, and apparently someone at Blizzard Activision. Now, he had never had any intention of releasing the source code to the public, even though people wanted him to. But before that could happen, Blizzard Activision basically rocked up on him, and they were like, give or we sue. We will ruin you. And he apparently just started an IT job with a very large company that was that was friendly with Blizzard Activision, and he stated straight up, yeah, I've been told if I don't do this, I could also be terminated, and so on and etc. But they kind of walked it back a little bit. They flew him out to BlizzCon, put him up, buried him in tons of swag, and they made a big deal out of, oh, hey, this super fan found the source code for us. Thanks, dude. Thanks. That's awesome. Fire Safety 1, it probably is, but for flexibility, I would recommend that you use DOSBox X. DOSBox X has just a few more tweaks. It's built on the same source, but like the last build of DOSBox, let's see. Yeah, 0.74-3, 5 years ago. They ain't never advancing that again. I would be shocked. But yeah, I like DOSBox X. Hello, no one of consequence. You're here, you're watching us on stream with 773 folks, probably, again, just drive-bys on Twitter, 774. But yeah, DOSBox is your go-to. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm tired. Anyway, maybe 777. Those are lucky numbers, though, aren't they? Let's see. Let us update the cone. The cone. Update the cone. Well, that's not it. All right. Why is it all expanded like that? Let's do the 1 a.m. track. There's Milton, you bastard. Come here. You're embarrassing me, Milton. You're humiliating me in front of everyone else. I'll teach you to misbehave. I don't know why I'm starting to sound like James Mason. All right, so here we go. We're going to open a new tab. Oh, wrong one to open a new tab. That's plenty terrifying. No, it's still doing it. Let's warning cone static images. There we go. And you guys still don't have a 1 a.m. update. Tisk, tisk. The East Coast, a couple hours south of Orlando. I'm thinking they'll be okay. Fire safety. So if we do this, and then do the full forecast, open image in new tab. Now we should get a good one. Okay. Let's take a quick zoom in. I hope that answered your question, Zach, about my video games. Mavija James. 751 watching on Twitter. 29 watching over on YouTube. Good morning, everyone. Even though that says it's 11 p.m., it is in fact the morning. Let's have a look at Weather Underground. We're talking about 40-mile-an-hour winds, at least in this particular moment. Oh yeah, it's going to get spicy here for a fair few hours. Little bit breezier than they said. I mean, they were talking about that's 5 miles an hour difference. It's not like the death of us all or something like that. Right now, I mean, it's 1 o'clock. Yeah, 37 gusts of 62. Or wait, do you think this is? No, tomorrow is now. It is 10:10, you ding dong. Here. We'll just start at the top. Yeah, you guys are in the middle of a tornado alley. Well, so here's the thing. Alan, it's going. 40 miles an hour is the sustained wind. That's like it's constantly blowing 40 miles an hour. Gusts are much higher. Like if it was 40-mile-an-hour gusts, it would be like 20-mile-an-hour winds outside. But 40 miles an hour steady is pretty breezy. Anyway, so let's do this. Let's take the date off, because I think having that date in was screwing things up. All right. Today. I don't know why it's doing that. You guys are probably hearing wind over the mic. Oh, we just had a light flicker. Oh, the rain and snow forecast. We're going to get any snow, guys? Yeah, the power is kind of bouncing up and down. It could really go at any time, but if it stays on through till mid-morning, then we're not going to lose it, I would guess. Yeah, pretty chunky. Pretty chunky right through here. Really settling down around 8 or 9. You know, I was talking to Doomsword Deathmaster about this, and this net, like, it's never like, well, the storm rolled in at 5 o'clock this morning, and it'll be reaching the Central Florida area about 2 in the afternoon. It's never that. It's, Well, things are going to start going bad over on the coast at 9 o'clock at night. Central Florida, you'll see your strongest winds at 2 a.m. Awesome. Mother Nature doesn't even want me to get a good night's sleep. I have a rather extensive surge protector, so yes, my power is nice and clean. We don't let them shoot pyrotechnics above 25 miles an hour at the stadium, not even close proximity. It's right there in your name, fire safety. So you know what's going on. I think they're all kind of on pins and needles still. My oldest is a night owl, so she is probably up. This is like approaching-ish my bedtime, so I just wish it would stop. I just wish it would stop. I've had my headphones on, and they're not precisely noise canceling, but they're pretty good about it. But even with these, I can hear the wind and the rain, and I just wish it would stop. I mean, look at this. Look at this. This means 60-mile-an-hour gusts. And even if it didn't, that's still enough to push a tree out of the wet ground. I just wish it would stop. No, I can't risk it bleeding. And it does. These headphones have a lot of bleed and being picked up by YouTube. Still, it's better. It's better than, I don't know. So what is the deal here? 788 folks, 29 on Twitter, or 29 on YouTube, 759 on Twitter. I don't think there's 759 active people on Twitter right now. I don't. That's not me being cynical or doubting myself or anything. I just think it's, So ask me a D&D question. Yes, some folks from Twitter did communicate. Some folks did have communicated. Let's see. Well, that's an easy one. Let's see. Many questions. Michael Murty asks, how did the start of the Halloween campaign go? The story set up for this year is it is rural Alabama in the 1970s. If you guys want, I'll actually play you the opening credits for the rural campaign. It's not that different from what I do normally, but it's kind of cool if you guys want that. The runners up for the names for D&D are actually in the books. Monsters and Treasure and Men and Magic were the two front runners other than Dungeons and Dragons. That's awesome. I love it. We love owl bears around here. No one of consequence. Yes, I have had a player go to a very high level monk. He died. I can't remember what got him. I think it was just in melee combat. He bit the dust. So, do you guys want to see the alternate opening credits for the Call of Cthulhu game? I will play them for you. I love that. That makes me so happy. No one of consequence. Well, Gonzalo's does. So. All right. Video file. Let's see if I can. Videos. Okay. I'm going to add this to stage, and I think I can make it the full focus. Hopefully I can. But here you go. And there is a setup about this, which I will tell you after you watch it. I'm going to move that.
Presentation of Alabama Public Television Station WCIQ, broadcasting from high atop Mount Chiaha.
Yeah, so when I was a kid living in Gadsden, Alabama, the PBS station, WCIT, was broadcast from high atop Mount Chiaha, which is the tallest peak in Alabama at just under a half a mile. And consequently, you could stick a TV antenna up there and really get some range. So yeah, basically it was just inspired by that. I tried to find that introduction. The following is a broadcast, WCIT, blah, 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 Mount Chiaha, because I would hear that, like when my dad would tune into a PBS show. But of course, I mean, we're talking about a public television network affiliate that broadcast to rural parts of Alabama. There's no way they're going to have a bumper for that. I did not live in a holler. I lived in a city, Gadsden. It's a small town, but I think it qualifies as a small city, or a large town, whichever. But anyway, so yeah, basically, I just threw together something, and I put a lot of layers of TV grain on it, because the game itself is set in Alabama in 1970. Hence the introduction being like that. So it's a bit of meta knowledge. I know it's not super shocking and cool, but if I'm not completely dead by tomorrow and we still have power, I'll work on editing together. I'll change it up a little bit. I'll change it up a little bit. Wake up early, put the test pattern on, and wait for Jack Lloyd. The fitness guy? Man, I was like, oh, boo, I don't want to see this. And it always sucked if Dad had to leave early. I had to leave early, so I'd be one of those kids who'd get like I'd get a glazed donut and a carton of chocolate milk for breakfast because, we were getting there early and Dad would have to go work at the plant or hang drywall or something like that. And so there were some mornings when I would get to see Space Angel or some of the really bad, ultra cheap to get 1930s Bugs Bunny cartoons. But it was still cartoons, right? Still something to kind of numb the brain before being sent to the education factory. But yeah, when I would get to see a good morning cartoon, but like if it was Jack LaLanne, I was like, oh, damn it. Well, I would say damn it, but because if it was Jack LaLanne, if Dad got me up and got me dressed and there was like no sun out yet, and it was wrapped up in 4 layers of clothes, I was like, oh, crap. Daddy's gotta go to work early, so that means I gotta go to school early, which means my morning cartoons, while he had a cigarette and coffee and got ready to go to the plant or go hang drywall again, was not cartoons in the morning. No, I just meant like the earlier ones, like some that were even in black and white wave. What autographs am I in possession of in my RPG collection? Well, I have Gary's, Dave's, Tom Wham's, Darlene Pickles, Errol Otis, Alan Hammock, Heidi Gygax, Eric Garland, Rob Kuntz, Jim Ward. I feel like I'm forgetting someone. Oh, Dave S. LaForce. Yeah. I've gone blank. Jeff Easley. I have Jeff Easley's. That's right. I have Jeff Easley. Yes, I have. Thank you. Tim Cass. Tracy Lesh. Of course, I have a bunch of Tracy stuff. I have to tell you, I've had Errol Otis on the show once, and I would love to have him on the show again sometime. Errol was my favorite guy to get an autograph from because I didn't get it when I saw him the first time. I went, Colleen and I were walking around GaryCon, and I saw Errol, and I was like, oh gosh, there's it, because I did not want to miss getting Errol's autograph. So I saw Errol, and I was like, hey, oh, Errol, can I get your autograph? He's like, oh, hey, hi, how are you? Yeah, no, let me ask you a favor. Tomorrow, could you come by my table tomorrow for an autograph? Or if you need it now, if you're leaving, I completely understand. I was like, no, tomorrow's fine. He said, oh, thank you so much. And we were very close to first in line for getting Errol's autograph. And he was very happy to see you again, and so nice to talk to you about it. Well, AD&D. Let's make that distinction, because I'm rather fond of Tracy Lesch's artwork. I think, is that really everybody that I have? Because that's like 12 people. I hope I run into Steve Marsh. I would love to get Steve Marsh's autograph. Yes. I have played my most favorite war game scenario that I ever played was now I bitch about them a lot, but it was no, I don't have Jacques, sadly. It was Warhammer 40K Epic Scale. And let me tell you about this. So we had like 8 people playing, like 4 Imperial factions and 4 Chaos factions. And I don't even remember specifically what the scenario was. But I was running Mortarion Chaos Plague Marines. And so we were in the middle of turn 3, and we played for a couple of hours. And I oh, hang on. I gotta rescue the kitty. She's caught on the edge of my chair. Anyway, so there we are at the table. I'm over on the left. And I had kind of had some back and forth. I sent some Chaos Plague Marine stands in, and they fought for an office block and got pushed back. And I had my Chaos Plague Ogrins eating a couple of Terminator Land Raiders in the middle of the board. Nothing fancy. But we go around the table, and it's the middle of turn 3 with this many people and this huge of a floor. Huge of a setup. It took a while to go, and by the time it comes back around to me, I've looked at my spell cards because I'm like, I don't know what to do. I'm just over here kind of melee fighting, and like Plague Wind. So you play it 3 inches range. Any target becomes infected with plague. With Chaos Plague, and they die. And any target target friendly to them in 3.5 inches has to make a save. And the save is like 4, 5, or 6, or they catch the Plague Wind and they die too. So I cast the Plague Wind, the target dies. All of the Imperial guys, well, the guy directly across from me starts failing saves. The Plague Wind blew out. If you picture the table as a clock, it blew out from the 9 o'clock all the way to the noon. it just annihilated the Imperial forces, and it only ran out of steam. They couldn't save 1 1 3 2 1 2 2 2 1 3 1. They couldn't make a saving throw. It only stopped because it ran out of range. I was like the hero of the Chaos group. And I had never played, I didn't play Epic Scale before or since, but it was a great moment. Is the Winnie Dragonlance Adventures worth collecting? Yeah, I mean, if you like Weiss and Hickman's work, absolutely. Absolutely. Or did you mean like just the hardback itself? They were actually not mad. Everybody was having a good chuckle about it because they were just like, damn. They were like, the person whose house I was at was a friend, and a bunch of the other players were friends, and the people that I didn't know were friends of them. So there was no bad blood at all. Hang on, Bob Gnarly. Hang on. Do you mean this, Bob Gnarly? Yes, I do have the D&D 50th stamps. Yes, I do have those. Did a little piece on the show about them. I mean, you know, collectible. If you're going to play it and you're going to use it at your table, it's worth having. If you're a completist, it's worth having. I mean, is there any like super wow factor thing in there that's like, you know, like the combination of Gary Gygax's personal safe or something? No, no. There's no deep D&D lore in that. If you have the modules, you have most of what's in there in the Dragonlance box set and so on. With that said, what would I do with a small RPG? If it is a collection that is fairly unremarkable, like not like, you know, true first print AD&D books, a wood grain OD&D, a WinterCon 1976, Lost Caverns of Sojourn, and that sort of thing. If it's just like your AD&D books your mom bought for you at Toys R Us, some well-loved modules, a copy of Star Frontiers, so on and etc. Show your loved ones valuation websites and tell them if they want to sell them to use that as a starting point. If it is super rare stuff, super duper rare stuff, I'm sorry, my headphone connection gets wonky sometimes. I would reach out to Paul Stormberg at the Collector's Trove and see if he can auction it. He does take a cut. I think 20% is his standard, and then he can give the money to your family, and they don't have to mess with it. The cover, the Dragonlance cover. Yep, Dragonlance cover. That is almost certainly Easley. Yeah, that's got to be Jeff Easley. Hold on a minute. Cover art, Jeff Easley, yes. And of course, it has this little autograph let thing on there. I don't think it's actually autographed. I had never seen nor heard about this book before, so anyway, that brings me to an interesting point. The Twins one that keeps your collection gets more in their hands. Yep, John. Yeah, the Arduin books might fetch a few bucks. Uh-oh, here we go. A flash flood warning is in effect until 4:30 a.m. So there we go with that. Flash floods till 4:30. Now, something I haven't talked about this in a while, but I want you guys to be aware of it. Some of you might not be, and I am probably going to include that Dragonlance book with it. Last year, around November, my dear friends who run Gods and Monsters gave me a huge passel of first edition AD&D books. You've all seen my extensive first edition AD&D collection. This collection has a Fiend Folio, a Monster Manual too. Now it does have some things that I wanted to keep, but by and large it's an AD&D collection. Right around the same time, my father-in-law, apparently at some point, I had loaned him a copy of the Dungeon Master's Guide. So, all in all, there is a Dungeon Master's Guide, a Player's Handbook, a Fiend Folio, a Monster Manual 2, and many of the classic modules, the G series, the D series. I think there's a copy of Q1. There may be a copy of 2 D1-2s in there. I think there's a Tomb of Horrors in there. I'm not sure if there's a White Plume Mountain in there. But there are a few different other modules. Alan, let me mark that and I'll come back to it, I promise. Anyway, I have had some extraordinary things given to me. People have reached out to me and helped me out. People super me all the time and help me keep the lights literally on around here. I had just a fantastic group of friends get together and send Colleen and I, all expenses paid, to Lake Geneva for Gary Con in 2023. All in all, I've been damn lucky. There's somebody out there who maybe they want to play D&D or first edition AD&D. Maybe they used to play first edition AD&D. For whatever reason, They don't have the books, and they don't have the wherewithal to get the books. The reprints are too expensive, and God knows eBay is too expensive. Maybe they're paycheck to paycheck. Maybe these people are literally just living paycheck to paycheck. So I've asked people who have found themselves in this situation, reach out to me, tell me a little bit about yourself and your situation. I want to give this collection of AD&D books. There's nothing extraordinary in there. There's no rare misprints, no true first editions. They're just it's an entirely serviceable first edition AD&D library. You can sit down, crack open a copy of the Dungeon Master's Guide, have some friends pass a player's handbook around, and there you go. So I have asked people to let me know, to contact me on Discord, email, Facebook, Twitter, DM, and just let me know. And that's a very narrow, thin group of people. Someone who wants to play first edition AD&D, wants physical books, not PDFs, and doesn't have the means to get them. I didn't want to auction them off because I didn't want them to go to collectors. I wanted them to go to someone who would play them. Someone who would actually play them and get great enjoyment out of them. Not someone who would take them and flip them onto eBay. And so I have been hearing from a few people, and I've gotten together a great collection. Father Aaron, the dungeon minister, has contributed to it. I have a copy of Oriental Adventures that's going in the set. Jack Photon is working on a bespoke reproduction, just softback, maybe, of deities and demigods. I'm going to include a reproduction of the unexpurgated deities and demigods. And I will let you guys know in the first week of December when I have chosen. I will not tell you who I have chosen because I'm not going to dox anybody. But Heidi and Eric are going to handle the shipping. If that's something they wanted to do, Gonzalo, if that's something if they wanted to do. Hey, unexpurgated is a perfectly cromulent word. I don't like the gannet. They wet the nests. Yeah, Claricon is coming at the end of this month. That's pretty awesome. Legends and lore, depending on the revision you got, is, well, rules-wise, it's the same as deities and demigods. Content-wise, it doesn't have, obviously, the Elric and Cthulhu mythos, but I believe it also removes the Langmar mythos, the Fritz Leiber. But I think everything else is the same. So, like, you know, what do you do if you have a PC who could ascend to godhood, or you just want to look at PCs who get stats beyond 18? It still has all that good stuff in there, and it's got good information in there for how to run deities and run religions and so on in AD&D. Jim Ward did a great job on that, God rest his soul. So yeah, that's your big differences, but at their heart, they're the same. Sorry, just putting my ear in the sound hole. John Strainer, are you going Kirk on us? I'd go for his dead, but my love is for Traveler. Let someone play using them. Spock! Sulu. I could only have one physical book forever. You could still have all the PDFs. The Dungeon Master's Guide. The Dungeon Master's Guide. I would miss the signatures in my deities and demigods and expurgated, but my Dungeon Master's Guide. Because it's got some cool signatures in it. That's our Darlene signed it twice. Tim Cass' story about the letter TSR received about the group that killed all the Norse gods. No, not Osric. It would not be Osric. Yeah, Cask is a good storyteller. I'm tired, boss. So we actually had some questions come in. I already answered that one. Already answered Gonzalo's. When starting a one-off, do I allow the players to meet in the game world, or do I generally put the... For a one-off, like, I mean, that's almost like a tourney setting. I'm like, no, you're here, you're outside the entrance to the dungeon. You have discussed getting here and so on and etc. We're having the adventure now. We're doing this once. So that is how I do that. Yeah, I mean, if it's just a one-off. I want to love Back Me, but... Oh, okay, no, I'm sorry. My brain goes somewhere when people say Back Me, and in my mind's eye, I picture the rules cyclopedia, not the stack of boxed sets. It is what it is. Now, if it were Traveler, then I'd bust your door down. That's that. Scotty, beam us up. I'm not super fond of Frank's basic. I think Tom Moldvay did a better basic. The magenta and turquoise boxes that he did. Of course, I kind of have been animus towards towards Frank anyway, but the less I say about it, the better. But I will say that his walkthrough is an interesting approach. Yeah. But anyway, let's check the weather, guys. It's been a while. Yes, Hurricane Milton is still out there. That son of a bitch hasn't gone away. I did the thing. And you still won't go away. If anyone wants to know where I am, yes, that's not incorrect about him. If anyone wants to know where I am, I'm under that red dot right there. I go outside and wave, but you know. Oh, God. So let's see. What do we got? What do we got? So 2 a.m. it is right here. 90-mile-an-hour winds, maximum sustained, so that's good. Yeah, just south of Orlando. Okay. Put another way, are there times you would rather have the adventure begin with a single character and then introduce other PCs? Yes, but not for a one-shot. Not for a one-shot adventure. For a campaign? Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely for a campaign. Just gradually build things up. Any good hurricane conspiracy stories? This is not so much a conspiracy story as yes, they were really going to do this, and my God, what were they thinking in the late 1950s? They were like, what if we just drop a hydrogen bomb on a hurricane? We could just snuff it out. And then they were like, yeah, no, we estimate that there's many hydrogen bombs worth of energy going off in a hurricane all at once, all the time. And then they were like, okay, how about this? We set off hydrogen bombs at the ocean surface level and heat certain areas of it more to push the storm in directions we want to go. Fortunately, saner heads have prevailed, and we have not, in fact, set off a surely irradiating billions of tons of salt water that will then get sucked up into rain clouds and scattered over the east coast of the United States. Surely that will have no ill effects, right? All right, that's kind of old data. I'm going to have so many weird tabs and windows that I've opened. All right, so let's see. According to Weather Underground right now, it is 41-mile-an-hour winds, going to top out at 43 at 3 o'clock. Pressure is actually staying pretty consistent. It hasn't dropped really low, which is good, because that would mean it was getting stronger. And tomorrow by midnight, it's going to drop off, but we've still got to, yeah. This today has only just started. I just hope by like 9 o'clock that this is kind of a serviceable without extreme wind gusts so I can walk the zoos. I'm going to be getting, no, you guys are going to be getting the weather-related advertisements for the next couple of months because you're watching a stream where I keep talking about this stuff. We are coming up on hour 5 and 846 folks have driven by to say hello. A Dragon module? I've used pieces of Dragon modules, but never a White Dwarf. Although I'm told there are some good ones. I'm a little leery of White Dwarf, if I'm being completely honest with you. Mostly because White Dwarf also gave us the Fiend Factory, which gave us some of the worst excesses of the Fiend Folio. Yeah, I'm a fun hater who doesn't like the Fiend Folio. Sue me. If it didn't come out of TSR in the United States into the Fiend Folio, Loth, Drow, certain types of dragons, and a few other things, with a couple of select UK creators. They're bad. Good night, Mobius. The Bikini Island's still a tropical paradise. Yeah. It had the nilbogs, the flumph, the carbuncle, the trillock. And one of the most offensive ones of all, because it was a waste of a golden opportunity, the Grell. I love the Grell's look. Does it have psychic powers? Does it have some telekinetic? Nope. Just a big brain with tentacles. That's it. It can pick you up, stab you, paralyze you, and bite you with its beak. Oh, such a missed opportunity. The Githyanki and the Githzerai were really incredibly well thought out. I would put them up there with the Sahuagin from Steve Marsh as far as building lore into your monsters that is immediately usable for a campaign, to start a campaign. And I believe those were Charles Stross that invented those. So I like those. Favorite Dragon magazine, comic, or cartoon? The one where the troll in Wormy, and I forget his name now, I cannot remember it, kills a long-jawed mudsucker, which is a dangerous predatory fish, and then sails its carcass into an underground kingdom, and all these little frogs hop on and ride with him as he's sculling through the underground. And in the last panel, it's a full page as he's pulled into this absolutely gorgeous underworld city. It is arguably one of the greatest pieces of D&D art that not many people know about. No, B1 is not, B10. Okay, B10. I was going to say no. B1 was Mike Carr. That was not in the UK. No, the modules are fine. The UK modules are more or less okay. It just, the Fiend Factory, man, and most of the Fiend Folio. Yeah, Imagine was kind of cool. Did you guys know that Gary cajoled the Bloom brothers to purchase Games Workshop, and they extended an offer to Games Workshop to purchase them? Think how different the War Games world would be. GW would belong to Hasbro now. I actually blew that up to 4 times the size of the page and had a poster. I just printed it out on inkjet printer. I want to scan it. I bought a physical copy of it, and I'm going to do a good scan of it and have like a wall poster made out of it someday. Maybe it's lying around here, or did I just kind of set it aside? I see it. It's not easy to get to. Things are a bit of a mess because, hurricane prep. Let me see. Let me see if I can show this to you guys. Oh yeah, I can get it up. This is not like rare or expensive or anything, so I'm not terribly. Good Lord. Oh, it's got a computer power supply sitting on top of it. Anyway, this poor thing got beaten and abused on the wall. This does not do it justice. Yeah, the factory. Okay, so the Fiend factory, Bob, was you could send in monster designs to White Dwarf magazine, and they'd publish them. And okay, as somebody who is recently, as his late 20s and early 30s, was designing his own monsters and publishing them on the internet, I can tell you unquestionably that most people aren't real good at it. In fact, there are some stinkers that Gary created that are in Monster Manual too. I never liked Modrons. I thought that was just like a massive waste of space. Um, I don't think we needed all the lower planes stuff in Monster Manual 2. I think you could take Monster Manual 2 and Fiend Folio and cut away all the fat and make one good monster book out of them. So yeah, they took the best of the Fiend Factory in White Dwarf magazine and put those in along with like 20 or 30 from US TSR employees and then UK TSR employees. And the book was so poorly received by TSR US that Dragon Magazine panned it. Dragon, literally, like their own company, they were like, yeah, this sucks. I don't know. I do not know. Modrons, if I'm being completely honest with you, all I see when I see Modrons is Gary using dice as miniatures on the table and then thinking, hey, what if these were monsters? And I mean, if you think about it, lawful neutral is, I mean, a die is lawful neutral. I mean, it's random. You could call that more chaotic neutral, but anyway. It's neither good nor bad, and it follows a set of rules. It'll always roll a 1 to 6, it'll always roll a 1 to 10, etc., etc. And then he said, monsters. Oh, boo. That joke's so bad, I'm surprised I didn't say it. Yes, that was second edition, Bob. That was second edition. Um, just badly designed and a bad idea. Oh, the Rensuer and the Speedum. We were talking about the Rensuer and the Speedum. You need to hit armor class 8. Um, Now, it doesn't say 8 or better. And I've had some DMs insist that it only means 8. Like, if you hit armor class 7, you have to roll that exact number, which I think is a 13 for a level 0. And you can disarm someone. Okay. I will draw maps, or if I have the prep time to make a player's map of an area, I will show them that at the table if it is natural caverns. Otherwise, no. The corridor is 5 feet wide. It goes 30 feet north and then splits into a T-junction that goes east and west. There's a door on either side at the beginning of the T-junction. And then there's a door at the end of the hall. So, if you can't follow cardinal directions in a dungeon map, I don't know what to tell you. But if something is really wonky, yeah, I'll do my best to draw it for the players or something. I absolutely insist on torches. Who is using what lighting source? Well, I've got I've got my long sword and it glows. Cool. Demi-humans, your infravision is knocked out by that long sword until you get more than the radius of light away. There's no reason that a goblin or kobold could not use a shortened half Rensuer or Speedum. Oh, that's awesome, Gonzalo. Very spendy, Inferno. Why is my shirt? Yeah. $8.70, 5 hours. Does Infravision see a glowing sword? If the sword is glowing, absolutely. So does everyone else. It's not required. Infravision is not required to see a glowing sword. But the magical radiations from any source of light and the natural light of a torch, a lantern, or obviously the sun will interfere with infravision. Hey, Dying Breed, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. So far, so good. Looking at the hourly forecast for right now. They've been saying wind's going to speed up a little bit, that it's going to pick up. That's Vero Beach. That's not where I am. That so it's 2:08 now. That by 3 o'clock it'll be clocking 43, but then dropping down. Hang on 1 second, guys. Mrs. the Dungeon Delver stepping in. Just a moment. I will be right back.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. There's Mrs. the Dungeon Delver.
Hi.
The
I figured
shirt,
the shirt was appropriate for the day.
the fucking.
Yes.
She thought the shirt was appropriate. So
Yes.
she's
I was fully prepared for the day.
bringing me my battery.
Blue badge.
We are prepared, you see,
Always.
until they run out.
Well, yeah. No, it's fully charged.
All right.
It says that a cat won now. And, yeah.
Yeah.
Apopka said had 11 inches of rain already.
Well,
Yeah, that is going to float away. It's high tide, though, and St. Augustine's probably going to get a lot of flooding.
Yeah.
I'm not happy about that.
Well, anyway.
So what are you yelling at? I'm coming. But, yeah, all the tornadoes they had, like, south of us, it was, like, the highest number of tornado activity in one place in the country in, 16 years.
good Lord.
I was like, holy crap, 160 something. So, yeah, that was a bit, yeah, come here. No, stop.
That is absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, pretty much was. So, all kinds of records.
Yeah. I think you and me are on storm watch right now, ain't we?
Well, I don't know. It's always hard for me to sleep. Pretty sure whatever came down earlier probably hit part of the roof. But clearly wasn't hard enough to, do major damage, or we'd be like, oh crap, there's water or something.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
But, we'll have to gauge it in the morning.
I'll be out there first thing in the morning.
Yeah, yeah. We all will.
All right.
So, good times.
Good times.
Yay, anxiety.
Storm anxiety, folks.
Yeah, because I love being in a boarded up house. The claustrophobia is so fun. I'll be able to ride in the elevator at work without shaking for a while. That'll be great.
Yeah.
Ah!
All
Love
right.
it so much.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been here since '01. The house isn't going anywhere. Yet,
Just then, whoosh. Just got to black.
All right, laughing boy. Here's fake. You rolled a 0.
Yeah.
Bye.
Right.
Hence the
Right.
shirt. The fucking name.
Hence the shirt, the fucking.
There it is. The fucking.
Yeah.
I'm gonna attempt to sleep. I'm getting punchy. So,
All right.
yeah.
Me too, but you know how it is.
Yes, I do. Only one of us can freak out at a time, so it's your turn.
It's my turn.
All right. Good night, all.
All right.
All right, Lexi. Don't freak out with me.
Mrs. the Dungeon Delver does not currently tabletop game with us, but hopefully someday she'll wish to come back and rejoin the table. But we'll see. We'll see. I will want her to do it and enjoy it. Do I play any DCC? So one time at GaryCon, and I actually mentioned this to John David after we got home, because he popped up, he showed up, but it was before I got into Alan Grohe's game. I had a couple of hours to kill, and I played DCC the first time, and it was hilarious. I played a big friendly lummox type until I died to flamethrower wielding zombies, and it was awesome. It was a lot of fun. I think I have the DCC rules around here somewhere, but I could be wrong. She is she is younger than me. I'll say that. She is younger than me. But that's all I'm going to say about that. All right, John Strain, take care. Let's see. What was I going to look up? I forget now. One thing I can say is we've been lucky. I'm going to knock on wood. I know it could go away, but we have been very lucky. We are currently we have power, so that is wonderful. And right now, wind is from the east-northeast at 31 miles an hour with 62-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Yes. So Gary referenced first of all, they were historical gamers originally, and then Gary got into the fantastical stuff. Fire Safety 1, let me star that, and I'll come back to it. Because I saw Michael's question first, I'm sorry. There is a book that Gary references, Charles Folk's Weapons and Armor. It is available online. Let me see if I can find it real quick. And yeah, Armor and Weapons was published in 1908, and all of them are on the Gutenberg website and Internet Archive. He worked for the Imperial War Museum, 1868 to 1947. He lived. So there you go. And Gary read his book, Weapons and Armor. I mean, I don't know who uses the account, Bob. I always assume that the former was the latter. You know, I was asked to not be just throwing that information around, and despite what anyone might think, I hold that very close to my breast. So I don't know. I'm not sure. Talk to your people, I guess, as they say. But no, I did tell them that I played some DCC when I was in Lake Geneva back in 2023. So the next question. Difference between infravision and ultravision. Okay. Think of this scientifically. Infravision shows heat. It is like an infrared scope on a soldier's helmet. Ultravision is low light amplification. And believe it or not, there's only one critter in D&D canonically that uses ultravision. I can't remember which demon or devil it is, but they have ultravision. Nothing else does. But ultravision is low light calamitation. So there am your answer. We have 891. That's yeah, thank you. Infrared scope versus starlight scope. Exactly, fire safety. Infrared scope versus starlight scope. A 109 more until we break 1,000 people watching. Or have watched, or whatever. So many tabs open. All right, that's my primary tab. That's that. Thank you for watching tonight, Liz. If you're still out there. Oh, we just had a power hiccup. Not like knocked me off the internet power hiccup, but it went big. I'm still going, though, guys. I'm still here. The storm hasn't taken me out. That's interesting. That's very interesting, Bob. So I think, Alan, I think it is. When a player wants to know like how much a castle will cost and when will they, when they start attracting villagers and so on, and tax collecting and keeping the hex cleared and potentially fending off opposing armies, I think that's tremendously fun. And I have a couple of players who want to do that with the Monday night AD&D campaign after the quote unquote regular AD&D campaign ends or expands or whatever. So they are looking forward to that, and I'm excited about it. So I hope that we will get to do that. I'm already designing a city for the fighter who will probably come out of the GDQ series at 14th level. I mean, survive. By survive, do you mean like they died a number of times and then eventually failed their constitution to come back? They were slain in a way that they couldn't come back. The character literally just retired, but not at a point where they could do domain level. No weather is as good owl bear weather. That certainly puts a lot into perspective, Bob. Thank you. No, owl bears hate to swim. They also hate to walk. Owl bears are always angry. They're never happy. The highest he ever got playing D&D was 5th. We only ever played for a year or so. That's fine. Gonzalo. By the way, Gonzalo is over on the Discord if you guys want to join him for a 5th edition Hero Pulp Adventure campaign. Did I get that right, Gonzalo? I hate to bring you back to the keyboard if you're trying to do other work, but just want to make sure I got that right. Okay, cool. What the parent animals were for the owlbear chimera. One insane wizard. That is an interesting fact. He mentioned to me in a conversation that he preferred Ed, but again, he asked me to keep confidence about things, and Great Horned and Kodiak. I would imagine that's probably it. I mean, I don't know what the wizard who made them mate was trying to do. And by made them mate, it's magical. Like, I want something as powerful as a bear and as wise as a great giant owl. You ended up with something that was dumb, hungry, and hateful all the time. There's just some people bombing it now. 900. We've crossed the threshold. 900 people have swung by and viewed this. I certainly don't think there's 900 people out there, 901 people out there watching on Twitter. Okay, that's fine. A weather update. Yes, a weather update. Here we go. Let's look at the world global view. So if you're just tuning in and you're wondering what the hell this is Dungeons and Dragons talk and weather and music and food. Yes, an owlbear can have an 8 int. That's low intelligence. So the X is where the hurricane is, and that is, I would be just on the inside edge of that brown dot that the X occupies. See you around, Christopher. Thank you for playing tonight. 99 views to go. 99 views to go. I love when Alan's in the audience because he will literally just ask questions. But that asks the question, though, Bob, if he doesn't have a phone or computer, how the hell did he find me? Gears McTinkerson, yes, I'm still going. Can't stop, won't stop. Desperately need to stop. All right. How would I advertise it? Okay, from a strictly, let's be slick. Let's just sell this to kids. Have you seen Stranger Things? Did you like Stranger Things? You see that version of D&D they're playing? With all those cool old school books? This is it. You want to kill Demogorgon? We got the special sauce. It's right here. Oh, yes. The D&D cartoon, Dungeon Master, Venger, Uni, Bobby, all right here. It's all right here. And that I would go from there. Now, how would I sell it to them? Uh, eh, um, no, this is not a record breaker, Jack. I have in fact done a 12-hour stream. I'm not going to be streaming for 12 hours. I'm not going to do it. Anyway, we were getting to Alan's question, weather questions. Well, Bob, that's awesome. That does me heart some good. So anyway, let's circle back around. I wouldn't pitch it as old school at all. See, I put out Dwarf and Forge on the table. I put out miniatures, and I say, let's play D&D. And you know what? People don't flinch. They dive into it. They want to sit at the table. They want some of what I got going on. Simple as. Exactly. Travel to the Upside Down, conquer Vecna with this version of D&D. I will tell them about Gary's awesomeness. I am a raconteur, you know. I sprinkle stuff in. Let me tell you, a buddy of mine, he's been a fan of the show since all I did was stream on YouTube in the middle of the goddamn afternoon. His name is Vinny Notarbartolo. You get your ass to Georgia, where they filmed Hawkins, Indiana, for Stranger Things. Vinny runs D&D sessions at the like the Stranger Things kind of center attraction in town, because he lives in Georgia. He rolled up on him and said, "Hey, you ought to have somebody in here running a D&D." I remember that. You know, I'd love to play D&D with a guy one day if he's ever down here in the Orlando area. You can tell him I said that. It's a fairly big office, you know. I invite a few friends over, roll some dice, move some miniatures around. Just mention it to him, you know. No pressure. Anyway, let us now talk about the weather. Everybody talks about the weather, but nobody does anything about it. So that is AccuWeather. That is not what I wanted. Round and 10. Roll dice once. Johnny Dangerously, such a fun movie. Did you know your last name is an adjective? All right, here's what we're looking at, boys and girls. We're coming up on 3 a.m. It is 42-mile-an-hour winds. I sound like that Y-Wing pilot. I'm just kind of tired. Lost Tyree, lost Hutch. But anyhow, so I'm sorry, guys. I'm punchy. 2.5 more hours, and we'll be off the worst of the storm. Anyway, so here's what we're looking at, boys and girls, as of 2:33. So that puts us a little over the mark. We are looking at 42-mile-an-hour winds, probably 65-mile-an-hour gusts from that direction. That is from the northeast. That is going to hold through probably 8 o'clock. I don't know how far I can go. I do not know how long I can go there. Well, one thing I'll tell you, Bob, is do you know how many times he said, I will get you autographed merch? Never, never got one. I'm laughing. You notice I'm laughing, right? I'm not, don't run off and think I'm like actually upset. Just a smile. So let me ask you guys a question, all 21 of you out there watching. What do you do? What is your favorite oh, that's cool. Yeah, Stefan, I'm going to be hanging out with Stefan at EggCon this coming summer. That's going to be a blast. Stefan and I are going to chill out. Yeah, Heidi and Eric, Heidi Gygax and Eric Garland, the wife and I had lunch with them. Well, they had decided a while ago that they wanted me to come to EggCon, and now I'm going to be a guest of honor at EggCon. I'm pretty excited about it. But just a few weeks ago, Eric and Heidi were down here in Orlando, and Colleen and I had lunch with them and their kids. So there is a Judges Guild module called Glory Hole Dwarven Mine. That's right. Have you been to the Glory Hole, Gonzalo? I'm sorry. Back to the weather report. Yeah, so we're off the hook. I mean, really off the hook, probably by 5 a.m. is when it starts to settle. He's there now. But anyway, yeah, EggCon in July. I'm so psyched for it. I think I'm going to be able to make it up there and wheedle a room out. And I'm going to come up there. I'm going to be doing live streams from up there. I'll have some merch to give out. We have merch now. You guys can buy some merch. You can buy me a coffee. Go to buymeacoffee.com and help me stay awake. Support the show on Patreon if you'd like. Drop me a little PayPal direct so I can go find some ice in the morning. Yeah, I got to say, though, we've been extremely lucky that the power is held. You know, knock on wood when I say it. I know it could get taken away. I'm going to mention one more thing about this, Bob, and then I'm going to drop it. I'm going to stop talking about it. Is this one of those, yeah, I'm going to say it because nobody would believe you if you told them anyway, fat boy things? Again, I'm laughing. I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing. Finally starting to drop. Time to sleep. Yeah, if the roof is left, something hit the roof. Probably a piece of the tree from out back. But we'll see. There's this urban legend about Bill Murray where somebody is like sitting in a fast food restaurant. It varies. Sometimes it's Arby's, but the Bill Murray like walks over, like they're sitting there eating, and they see just somebody's hand reach up, and like eats some of their French fries, and they look up to see who's done it, and it's Bill Murray, and he just like wipes his lips and says, "No one is ever going to believe you." But I mean, that's too cute by half. Although he was, or is, I don't know which, notorious for going to parties in the village, just like crashing people's house parties. And a few times he's gone to bars and like gone behind the counter and served drinks. And it doesn't matter. It does not matter what drink you ask for. He pours you a shot of tequila. Hey, let me get a Singapore Sling. There you go, shot of tequila. Yeah, let me get a Jack and Coke. Shot of tequila. I want to believe that's true. Not that I know there's a document about Murray. Well, I mean, he knew what a putz. I'm picturing him what Chevy Chase was right off the bat. So, pretty sharp fellow. You know what I can't believe I haven't seen, speaking of Bill Murray, is the most recent Ghostbusters movie. Like, and by all accounts, it wasn't terrible. Like, I've had people say, well, it was better than Ghostbusters 2. Still better than Ghostbusters 2016, but not quite as good as Ghostbusters 3, technically. I have no idea, Wave. Elvin Maiden Inn, good morning. Well, here's the thing, Emmy. If you look at the runtime, first of all, everyone, I want to say that Emmy is one of my favorite people. You should absolutely buy Tales from the Tavern. I'm going to link to it right now. I absolutely adore Emmy. Let me see. No. Almost typed in YouTube anyway. Let's pull that up. And let's go over here. And drive-through-rpg.com and so let me tell you what's so awesome about this. I'll put that right up on the screen. This lovely young woman has poured her heart and soul into an absolutely fantastic. Now, I first of all, I have a copy of this. Second of all, I would hesitate to call it a zine because it is the quality of a supplementary book or a module. It has some, well, you can see the art right there on the cover, donated by Richard Witters. Wait, can you? I'm in the wrong. Damn it. Okay. Share screen, window, there. Bob, get this for Ed. I'm serious. He'll love this. He will absolutely love this. But yeah, Tales from the Tavern. It is a work of love by Elvin Maiden. The PDF's only 69 cents. By the way, Emmy, nice. I have the soft cover. There's a hardcover version. It's just great. It's just great. Do recommend. Absolutely get this. And show that girl some love. Because Emmy is such a talented creatrix. And I mean, she took the bull by the horns. She did not sit around and say, oh, I'm going to do this someday, and then didn't do it. She has created the first issue, is hard at work on the second issue. She has a Discord. She has a presence over on Twitter where she spreads positivity and her love for classic tabletop RPGs. Well, for all RPGs, really. I know, and I missed the window for the adventure. I will get you one for issue 3. But it is a fantastic little book. We have done a deep dive on it here on the show. And the reason I'm up this late, I mean, the reason I've been live streaming for almost 6 hours now is there is a strong hurricane literally right outside my door. And naughty elf pictures, that's right. I have a... Guys, come here. Emmy, go over there. We're not talking about anything. I've got a whole folder of those. Y'all just let me know. I'll send it to you on Google Drive. All right, you can come back over, Emmy. Yes, that is the cover to her book that I had up there. I'm going to grab my copy. Hang on. So there it is. Tales from the Tavern. Richard Witter donated that beautiful cover art. And there's all kind of cool stuff. I have to show this off because Emmy did such a good job on this. She asked all of us creators if we wanted to put an ad in, and I did. And I want to show off my ad because I'm like that. Gotta find it. Naughty elf picture. Naughty elf. Actually, siren, but where is it? So that's my ad. I wanted something that looked like it was rent from the pages of the Strategic Review. And yeah, that's my picture with me and Gary. So go buy issue 1 and then buy issue 2. It's literally, there's no reason for you not to. I cannot think of a single solitary reason. In fact, here in the wee hours of the morning, here in the wee little ones, I'm going to throw a trivia question out there. You can respond over on Twitter, in the Twitter comments, or you can respond here. Doesn't matter to me. Um, so, let me see. I need a good trivia question. The first person to get this trivia question will get a copy. I will pay for it. Long stream the Delver. I will pay for it. Enjoy your day at work, Jack. Trivia question. Something you really got to think about. All right, Gonzalo, I'll see you. See, if I say what in this module or what in there, but see, that's tough. Y'all are being really quiet, so I don't know that there's anybody still actually awake, or if you've just like set your device down. I think most of my active folks are over on YouTube. I tell you what, next week I'll figure out a drawing, but the winner will get a copy of that. So, Emmy, let me ask you something. How far away are we from issue 2? Because I want to give away a copy of Tales from the Tavern, but are we close enough that I should wait for issue 2, or should I give out issue 1? The Stanic panic. Look out! Here comes Stan! Oh no, it's Stan! Oh man, I hate having to deal with Stan. I know you meant satanic. Oh, I can't wait to read the interview with Rob. That's going to be so good. All right, some of my ride outs. I see you. I see you, Shin. I see you, Lord Misfit. Daniel Rowan. Gonzalo's got to go to bed. I get it. Michael Mertig. End of the month. Okay. Okay. Stanek containing 10. There you go. So I'm going to pay for it, Emmy. I'm not putting anything on you. What would you prefer I give out as a prize? Issue 1 or wait for issue 2? You tell me. See, this is fun because I'm getting Emmy when she's awake and bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and fresh and not hungover. Because Emmy's never drinking again. I have that on good authority. That Emmy is never drinking again. One more question for the Delver. Yes. Oh, Lord, unquestionably. I like that, Emmy. That's a fine idea. So we'll hold off on the trivia. We'll hold off on the trivia until issue 2 drops, and then I'll either just like spin a wheel and pick somebody to get a copy, or I will we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out when issue 2 drops. Anyway, Alan Canning asks, do I use the modifiers? Unquestionably. And the easiest way to ding yourself of XP, and my table is getting locked in on your mobile device. Oh, that's wonderful, Emmy. I wasn't mocking you, hon. I'm serious. I think that's great. Good for you. Good for you. This I had a pint tonight at the start of the live stream, which, by the way, was at 9 o'clock my time yesterday evening. It is 3 o'clock in the morning my time, and that was my first one in a long time. Well, no, actually, only in a couple of weeks because I had a couple when we were up seeing Heidi and Eric. Okay, there's somebody you need to talk to for issue 3. Emmy, make it. I'm serious. Make a note. I will help you. I will arrange this. I will see if Heidi Gygax and Eric Garland would like to be interviewed for your zine. Would you like me to do that? Because I can do that. I can ask them. But yes, if you're on your phone, if you're not paying attention, and therefore if you're doing that, you can't run your character properly, you can't play your class properly, so you will be penalized in your rating, in your play acumen. So yes, I do use those rules on page 86 of the Dungeon Master's Guide, as should you all. Okay, okay. Well, you let me know, because I know that the holidays are going to be busy and so on and etc. So there's no rush. I just want to let you know that's an option. Oh, a question from Michael Mertig for you, Emmy. I don't know if you saw that. Is that a troll on the cover of your first issue? What was the smaller monster? One monster on the cover, Emmy. The cute little, is this a demon or a devil? Ah. All right, time for a weather check, guys. Brought to you by Tales from the Tavern magazine, a publication of Elven Made In. When you need up-to-date information on all the good stuff that in old school TTRPGs, turn to Elven Made In's excellent Tales from the Tavern. You'll ask for a second one. All right, that is the 2 a.m. track, which will not have updated. Let's go to Wonderground. And Wonderground is still saying we're clocking 42-mile-an-hour winds, 41 mile an hour winds, 38, 34, 31. So we're crossing the hump, as aviators would say. The flights across Burma to resupply in the Southeast Asia during World War II. We're crossing the hump. Things are going to start slowing down in the next few hours. And that's what we've got. Still, I mean, the power has stayed on, knock on wood. The grid is up. Everything is as good as it could be under the circumstances. Let's check out weather.com. Let's just do hour by hour at this point. Hurricane warning. There's a marginal risk of severe weather this morning. I like how they say marginal risk. Hey, no rain between 8 and 9, so I should be able to go outside and walk around a bit. Emmy, a serious question for you, darling. Have you actually gotten to play any first edition AD&D recently? You need to head to school. You should be back in an hour. All right. Well, I can't wait to see you here. I'll send you the StreamYard invite, and you can join us. How about that? I'll see you in a little bit. I think she's going to say yes. Yep, we'll be coming off the peak in about a half an hour. Guys, we're almost there. 949 live views tonight, counting YouTube and Twitter. Jimmy, so far so good. We just crossed the 6-hour line on the stream. I was just mentioning we're coming over the hump on the wind levels. The power is still on. I do have a power brick. It wouldn't power my PC and one monitor for like 5 seconds. It would probably catch fire. And that's not a comment on the brick. That's a comment on the fact that these things draw too much juice. But if I'm still here, then I'll still be here. Let's see, we got 12 volt output, USB-A, USB-C, a power button, a 15 volt input, and AC on and off. And AC on also is a little green light. And it also turns on this panel here, which shows the output, and I don't even know if that, no. The power level and what it's outputting. Nearly Europe was picking a system. AD&D 1E and Shadow Dark were two we considered. My friend and I pushed hard for 1E, but Shadow Dark won vote. But next campaign will be 1E. Other than that, we ran 1E one shot, but it was less. play more rules checking and how it feels. I really enjoy it. Good, good. We'll get you playing AD&D proper soon. $47 people to go. 47 views. So we'll have about an hour when the rain stops. That is someone's copyrighted stuff, so I'm going to remove that for now. But I'm going to check this out. Do you guys want to see some hurricane pictures of what has gone through? Let's see here. So we have, says, damaged mobile homes and debris are seen after an apparent tornado struck 12 miles north of Fort Myers in Florida's Lee County in the wake of Hurricane Milton on Wednesday, October 9th. So yeah. Go. Mwah. We'll talk to you soon. All right. Good night, Chris. Yeah, this looks like it's all from that, but I could be wrong. Yeah. The tornado just said, let me get that for you, yank. This gas station is out of order. Look at that. I laugh, but look at that. That weighs as much as a small car. This is debris from Hurricane Helene in the middle of Hurricane Milton. Holy cow is right, sir. So there you go. Let's click back over to hourly and see where we're at. Hey, we're really getting a break with the rain, maybe. From 9 to 10. It was from 8 to 9 earlier, so I think it just kind of shifted up. Yeah, apparently it was more tornadoes in one place than it has ever been spawned, like ever. Let's do a refresh here. And I don't think anything terribly is... Oh, my gosh. Well, our winds just slowed up considerably, guys. We were looking at 42 and 40 and 41, or 41 and 40. So the winds have slacked off, and that makes me happy. And yeah, they're showing we're getting a rain break too in the middle of the morning. So we're all looking forward to that around here, I can tell you what. Let's see. All right, let me see if I can find something, guys. Yeah, I gotta be careful and not show video. Here's a little bit of trivia about it, guys. It's from ABC News. It is the strongest hurricane in the Atlantic Basin in terms of pressure since Wilma in 2005, the strongest hurricane in the Atlantic Basin in terms of wind speed since Dorian in 2019, the third strongest hurricane in the Atlantic Basin on record by wind with maximum winds of 180, the fifth strongest by pressure with 897 millibars, on top of the rapidly intensifying hurricanes increasing 95 miles an hour in 24 hours. Only Wilma and Felix had greater intensification. And there's some folks on St. Petersburg Beach. Hopefully they got out of there. Here's a few. This is before it hit. This is before it hit, so. How fast does a gust of wind spell? Well, you know what? I think we can do a little bit of research on that. Why don't we crack open Player's Handbook and see? Recent. All right. I mean, we're getting a lot of rain. It's not a matter of expecting. Wait. Gust of wind. Okay. The wind kicked up right when I said that. Can you guys believe it? Hey, Jerry Thompson. Let's see. When the spell is cast, a strong puff of air originates from the magic user and moves in the direction he or she is facing. The force is sufficient to extinguish candles, torches, and similar unprotected flames. It will cause protected flames, such as those of the lantern, to dance wildly and has a 5% per level. The caster to extinguish even such lights. It will fan out large fires. It will blow over light objects. Okay, so this is a 30 to 40 mile an hour blast. Because I know from experience what it takes to do that. Maybe even more. I mean, it might be 60 or 70 miles an hour. I mean, to stop a person from being able to walk forward, look at footage of people trying to walk into wind in heavy storms. Maybe more, Daniel. I mean, this may clock more towards 60 or 70. That's true. That is very true. Um, come on. Or no, you said control winds. All right, here we go. Well, there's no chart here, but here we go. This is control winds. This is relevant, by the way, if you're just stopping by and you don't know what this is going on. This is relevant. Okay, so by means of control wind is able, so winds in excess, so here we go. Winds in excess of 30 miles an hour drive small flying creatures from the skies and severely inhibit missile discharge. Winds in excess of 45 miles an hour drive even man-sized flying creatures from the skies. 60 miles an hour drives all flying creatures from the skies and uproot trees of small size. Please God, I hope not. And 75 miles an hour are hurricane force. True. And cause devastation to all save the strongest stone constructions. If you're talking about a peasant cottage, yes. 30 miles an hour above makes sailing difficult. 45 miles an hour causes minor ship damage. Above 60 endangers ships, and above 75 sinks ships. There is an eye of 4 inches radius. That's 40 feet. Well, it's above ground, so it's going to be 40 yards around the Druid when the wind is calm. So they make a small hurricane. Interesting. Daniel said he would adjudicate that it gets more oomph. I have no problem with that. All right, let me hop back over. All right, let's look at some storm pictures. Yeah, I'm still here. What you doing? Good night, Alan. All right, so here we go. Okay, let me tell you guys something. Don't do this, especially not in a city or urban area. Don't walk in floodwaters if you can help it. You guys have no idea how nasty floodwater is. This is someone's garage was blown over. I guess they had a bunch of older appliances in it. Pardon me yawning, guys. I don't know if I'm going to make it to 35 more watchers. Flooding is seen, and that car is toast. Okay. Why will someone tell me why you would put, like, just in case the van gets flipped over on this side, let's put sunshine furniture so people know who's driving it. But I hope they're okay. I hope the drivers are okay. keep right, face plant, wham. And that's in Vero Beach. That's actually kind of beautiful. After Hurricane Milton passes by Fort Myers, yeah, we're still getting hosed. There's still lights on. That blue glow over there is a transfer station going down, but there's still lights on around the city. We're almost there, guys. That's outside Sarasota, which is just kind of south of Tampa. And I'm surprised we haven't seen more of this. Again, Fort Myers. Oh, you hate to see it. And that is the most unusual thing about tornadoes, is how selective their destruction is. Look over here. I don't know if you guys can see the detail. That is an entire bookshelf of books, untouched. Storm didn't pull them out, didn't toss them out. Here's a curio cabinet. The house itself is toast. But these two cabinets, they're fine. Wow. Yeah, these, you just should not be in that water. Oh my gosh. I think more of it there that looks like the same place, just from a different angle. So I kind of want to see. This is kind of weird, and I hope you guys don't think it's ghoulish. I just want to see if I can see what's on the shelf. It just looks like colorful books, but oh, okay. Well, I can't speak for the books. Are those role-playing books? So I'm zooming around. Okay, this is a pool table, and there's a tarp over it, so hopefully it wasn't destroyed. But it's a pool table, but it almost looks like this was like a gaming library. Am I just cracking up? I mean, look at this stuff, guys. So, I mean, don't those look colorful enough to be like RPG books? And it would make sense. A pool table is a great place to game. Anyway, just a crazy thought. Let's see. Let's head back. Yeah, or maybe comic collections. See, I look at this, and this could have been us. This could have been there is no reason this could not have been us. Like, we're not under some special godly protection. We just as easily could have gotten erased tonight. Polk County Sheriff's praying. People trying to dry their clothes inside the parking garage, which is heavy. No turnarounds. Here's a guy in a little mini bass boat. A woman holds an umbrella. No, a woman is hit in the face by her umbrella. Brevard County flooding. It's out on Marco Island. Oh, man, sorry. So there you go. So yeah, we're rapidly approaching 4 a.m. We've gotten a little bit better. The winds have seriously slacked off from what they were. Yeah, I mean the predicted for 5 is now 35. It was still sitting at 4. Like we weren't looking to be out of the 40s until like 7 o'clock, and now like it's only going to peak up a little bit there, and then it's just going to drop steadily. Looks like the rain bands are sticking around longer though, because I mean just a few minutes ago, if you guys saw, like 8 to 9 was going to be clear, and then oh no, well it's going to be 9 to 10, and now it's just like the 10 a.m. With that much flooding, that's funny, Jack. That's very good, Nordic. And I don't know how intact they are, Michael. I mean, they were probably rained on for hours. I mean, yeah, you can dry them out, but the Dianoga. With that much flooding, are there higher incidences of snake bite and alligator attacks? I've like when Helene was running through and it flooded some highways on the west coast of Florida, there were a couple of cases where people saw sharks swimming in the like along the highway. Like that much salt water had gotten pushed up, and they saw sharks. Now, as far as the alligators go, I mean, generally alligators want to hang out and snap up easy prey, and they'll go where there are calm, stagnant bodies of water. Jack, I'm giving you a diagnosis of terrible dad jokes. Yeah, let me see if I can find. All right, here we go. This is over on Threads, and I don't have a Threads. By a shark once. Right there. All right, open image, a new tab. That's real small, but there you go. All right, let's go back over here. And what is the Weather Channel saying now? The Weather Channel's saying less. They're still saying like between 8:30 and 9, no rain, but we'll see. And they're still saying we're going to have spikier winds. So, but you know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. What's going on at 7 a.m.? Cockroach shark. Yeah, Rabbit, I'm still going on. 19 viewers on short of hitting 1,000. We'll call it a night when I hit 1,000. And that's just people driving by on Twitter. Hello, folks driving by on Twitter. If you're watching us on Twitter, give us a shout. Say hello. No, it's 3:30 a.m. where I am, Rabbit. Oh, crap, I was doing the thing, wasn't I? Six and a half hours and counting, 18 viewers away from a grand. But honestly, guys, do you have better entertainment than me at 3:30 in the morning? Being punch drunk, shut up in my house? Still hear the wind blowing out there. Oh, take your time, Nordic. At half a Space Marine chapter watching, you're like, yes. Daniel Rowan, not really. What, not really? Now, I have stepped away a few times. I have stepped up and stretched my legs, and I'm probably going to do that again. So many tabs open. So many damn tabs. Yeah, close that one. Yeah, close that one. And here. Let's make this one. Boy, I can't wait to have some cheesecake for breakfast. That's going to be good. I told you guys I made cheesecake, right? Oh, no, yeah, no better entertainment at 3:40 a.m. What time is it in Wah? It's just after midnight in Wah. Well, actually, it's more coming up on 1 o'clock in the morning in Wah. But that's after midnight. I don't know. Just. I remember explaining to a Korean girl who she was a foreign exchange student staying with my in-laws. She did not understand. Like, she spoke perfectly serviceable English. But she didn't understand certain modifiers. Like when you say, "Well, go right there," or "just over here," or and like modifiers like this, she would say, why do you say stand right here? I was like, I don't know. I don't know. Post-hurricane cheesecake in an intact house is best cheesecake. You're goddamn right. Yeah, it's 8:30 in London. Elvin made in, and Jack Chronicler of the Northlands have both checked in. Their days are starting, so fuck, I might as well. Ah, ooh, gusty. So yeah, we heard. I don't even remember. I'd have to go back and check the log. Um, I did provide the recipe. That is correct. I'm doing. I'm doing this. My head is about to die. You know what? Here. Can you guys hear me okay if I do this? Because my poor ears. My God. Um, yeah, we've heard some creaks and some bangs and stuff. At some point in the evening, and again, you guys would have to pour up um, the timeline to see when exactly I stepped away. But yeah, apparently there was a loud crunch, like with metallic overtones, and everybody was rightly freaked out about what that was. But nowhere in our house is leaking. I'm going to walk the ceiling tomorrow, by which I'm going to walk room to room and check all the spots in the ceiling. How much beachfront property? I may be sitting on an island, Jack. My backyard is almost certainly underwater, and my front yard almost certainly has a pond in the middle of it. So, um, 989, 11 more. But anyway, so yeah, so we heard the loud crash noise, and we're not sure what that was, but it sounded like it was on the back of the house. So we may have had a tree come down on the like the back of the house. And I seriously debated boarding that up. It's basically an extension off the back of the house. And all three sides have windows. The left and the right have huge picture windows, and the back there's two very narrow windows that are on the side of two glass French doors. It's like the Jerry Lewis telethon. Oh, lady, except none of you guys are pledging a damn dime. Not one of you. You pack them in crates. I'm kidding. Ooh, just had a little power flicker there. Oh, I just hope it holds on. I just hope it holds on. Oh, I got some messages. Kyle at some point. Oh, he sent that and I never shared it. Kyle and Raven McCracken. I am tired, guys. You're wrong, bold of you, to think I have a time. Oh no, I know, I know how broke we gamers can get. Oh, that was a scary gust. I'm gonna put these back on. There. Now I can't hear it. Now it's fine. Now it's fine. Well, here's the thing, Jack. That sounded a lot more like mansplaining. I know we're both guys, and I don't think mansplaining is actually a thing. But Florida being as flat as it is, it just, like, nothing breaks hurricanes up. Hurricane Irma in 2017 cut from the Keys, which is hundreds, plural, of miles south of where we are, up the middle of the state, and did massive amounts of damage here in Central Florida. And we're only like 85 or 90 miles from where it made landfall here. So what do we got going on here? Come on, winds, settle. Uh-oh. My internet blinked for a second there, y'all. Can y'all still hear me and see me? Because I still can. I still have connection. But it may have just gotten very bad. Okay. All right. Ooh. Y'all seeing the lights flicker in there. Yep. We still got power and it's still hanging on. 997 viewers. All right. So right now, 39 miles an hour. Well, right now it might be a little heavier than that, but hoping we see a drop off soon. Yeah, it's just got nowhere to go. Okay. I mean, I just want the bad gusts to stop, to just settle the hell down so we don't lose power. We really don't want to lose power. I really want to get 3 more people, 3 more drive-bys on Twitter so I can actually say that I had 1,000 viewers. I think they have to watch for like a set amount of time, Michael, like 30 seconds or something. I mean, I'm going to be 100% honest. I do not believe that there are 998 people watching me on Twitter. There are 19, 18 of you on YouTube, which is probably the most of everybody. It tallies up the people who watch for a certain amount of time and then displays it on the screen. I do know that I did open up and expand a little bit with the number of 999, with the number of viewers that I have, and there we are, 1,000 people watching. I forgot what I was going to do at 1,000. But I do know that I opened up the audience somewhat, but I don't believe that I hit, that there's not 1,000 people watching me right in case you guys are wondering what I'm talking about with the wind, of course, here we go back. Basically, we're still hitting like 40-mile-an-hour peak, 60-mile-an-hour gusts, and it's going to start calming down over the next little while. From 9 to 11, we're supposed to get no rain, and then again from like, oh, look at that, from 1 to 6. Yeah, the rain basically stops after a little bit at noon. So I just want the next 8 hours to just be gone. Because it sounds brutal out there. It sounds absolutely brutal out there. Now, let me tell you, if you're anywhere in Florida right now, you know, to special message for my fellow Floridians, we are all in this together. Okay? We're Florida men and we're Florida women. And surviving this shit is what we do. It's what we do. We're different. We're made of different stuff. So don't fret. But anyway, that's what we're looking at. Rain wise. I just hope the rough weather settles down, that the winds settle down. We really haven't gotten it that bad. Warhammer 1K, I like that. So any questions you guys have got? Anything y'all wanna answer to? D&D related, me related, hobby related? Fire away. I'm here for y'all. This is Stormwatch. I wasn't going to do it, but I'm doing it. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Might as well drive on and see this thing out. You know, I can see there's only 18 of you over there on the YouTubes. I'm just kind of worn down, tuned up, guys. Coffee time and work on magazine. So, Emmy, should I send you the StreamYard link so you can join us here in a minute? We could do to have like a morning show, you know, like morning with the Elven Maid. Am I planning on a nasty twist on the Crimson Tide and Call of Cthulhu? No. No, I'm not going to wrap up my football in there. But I did set it in Alabama in 1970. So you know what? Alabama Crimson Tide football 1970 season. Not a great season. Not a great season for the Tide. Yep. Tavern Time with your host, Emmy and the Delver. I know. No. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, I gently tease you about that. So here we go. Not a good year. Not a good year. 13th season for Bear Bryant. He went 6-5-1. Lost our opener to USC. Lost to Ole Miss. Lost to Tennessee. Lost to LSU. Lost to Auburn. And tied the Blue Bonnet Bowl. I mean, not a good year. Not a good year for the Tide at all. Is there a setting that has not been used that I want to see used in D&D? Yeah, I would totally love to play AD&D in the Aura Battler Dunbean universe. They're going to have to do something, Jimmy. Very much, Daniel. But yeah, Michael, I would Aura Battler Dunbean for sure. The maelstrom keeps roaring outside. I don't want to talk sports, particularly something that depressing. But I'm just going to say that I've heard some very ugly things about that loss, and we're just going to leave it at that. We're just going to leave it at that. All right, here we are at 4 o'clock. Refreshing the page. Nope, wind's still steady. In fact, they're picking up slightly, which sucks. Ooh. Yep, those winds are still kind of strong. Gonna be a little bit before they get tapered down. Punch Drunk Bill making a character? Yeah, let's do it. Do I have to roll physical dice? Yeah, Jimmy, the first issue is still available. I don't want to jump, because Emmy might just be listening in, or she might have gone off to get actual productive work done. How is Pukin? Favorite D&D pirate setting and why are ninjas cooler? Believe it or not, I have never run nor played as a character in a pirate setting in a D&D game. But yeah, Jimmy, you can go to Drive-Thru RPG and look for Tales from the Tavern, and you'll find it. All right, let's do this. You guys want a character? I'll make a character up. Let's get some dice going, shall we? I is past, and I'm now catching the backside of the storm. I'm not sure if it's past. Let's see. Let's bring up some weather here, guys, because we have been asked. And let's see. Let's go. Tropical storm conditions today. Cloudy with rain. Decreasing. All right. Maps and radar. Interactive radar. So here we go. Okay, so you might say, oh, there's no eye anymore. It must be out over here. No. That's literally the size of the storm. The eye is down here-ish. I am up here-ish. Right around here. The eye is down here. So it's going to be a while. And it is moving from here, where it hit, out over here. So it's got some trucking to do. All right. So there's our weather report for 4 a.m. here in Florida. Stay strong, Floridians. We got this. All right. Let me get 4d6 out. Let's see. That's Gygax, strong in his mountain. He laughs at the point by. Well, I tell you what, we'll see how it is in a few hours. Because that wall behind me over there, the one that is to my right when I'm streaming, yeah, the wind keeps hitting it and the side of the house keeps shuddering. So we'll see. All right, I got 4d6 here. Let's put this bad boy here. And here we go. And we're going to do a range to taste. You guys want the camera on it so you know I won't cheat? $1,012 now. Now that we've popped over 1,000 views, I'm not really minding it that much. I was gonna hit the sack at 1,000 and be like, okay, good night. I can't sleep with a storm like this. All right, I can't. I was kind of starting to slip earlier. Nordic says he wants it on it. Do that. Whoa. That is breezy still. All right. Let's remove that. There's my beat up old mouse pad, my wrecked up old desk. Do I need to zoom in? I think so. Let's do properties, do your video, camera control, zoom. Okay. All right, here we go. All right, first, what do we got? We got, is that a, it's not a great look. That is a 6. So we got 13. Somebody make a note, 13. Off to a good start so far. $13 again, a pair of 13s. Now she was doing straight down the line though. I'm doing a range to taste. So 13, 13. And I've got, let's see, 4 and 3 and 5. 3, 4, 5. So that's 12. Wait, 9. No, I'm sorry, that's 13. That's 13. It's a little much to ask me to mess up. 3 13s. 3 13s. Ah, there we go. There's the bum roll. That's, what is that? That is 6. That's a 9. So 13, 13, 13, 9. Oh, I see a couple of 1s. 13, 13, 9, 11. Or 13, 13, 13, 9, 11. And I've got one more. And we have so 13, 13, 13, 9, 11, 9. Per Gary, that is unplayable. That is not suited for surviving A, B, and B. Per Gary. I guess if I was going to use those stats for anything, as a DM, I might say NPC thief. You know. I think this is the clearest you guys have seen me all night. Kind of zoomed in. I should have been using this like zoom level all night. This is great. But who's that old man? Yeah, that's just the adrenaline that pumps right through me every time I hear the wind picking something up and slamming against the side of my home. Yeah, I would just run that as a thief. Yeah, in a few more hours, man. It's going to be cheesecake breakfast time. That's going to be good. Big cold glass of milk. Hit it with a shot of whipped cream on top. Mmm. It's going to be tasty. It's going to be tasty. Yeah, hireling fighter. Any of the NPCs who's not classed like a laborer or a prostitute, something like that in the city encounters in the player's hand or dungeon master's guide. You're gonna hire your airship. I don't need a maelstrom. I've got a maelstrom outside my house. Shh, Jack, you weren't supposed to tell anyone that. Besides, I moved the whole room there. I would never leave my D&D books behind. What is it? A wanton, I think is what I'd be going. They're not a class, Emmy. In the AD&D Dungeon Master's Guide, it's been kind of a point of contention. It was Gary being a misogynist and so on and etc. Let's see. I am dead 100% serious when I say this, Emmy. You should stat one up. You should create one. Let's do this. Okay, so in the city encounter matrix, for first edition AD&D, on a roll of 40 to 41 during the day or 44 to 50 at night, you can encounter a harlot. And there are subtypes. And you might think this is just played for lasciviousness, but no. Encounters can be brazen strumpets or hardy courtesans, thus making it difficult for the party to distinguish each encounter for what it is. In fact, the encounter could be with a dancer only prostituting herself as it pleases her, an elderly madame, or even a pimp. Even to the offering of the usual fare, the harlot is 30% likely to know valuable information, 50% likely to make something up in order to gain a reward, and 20% likely to be or work with a thief. You may find it useful to use the subtable below to see which kind of harlot encounter takes place. 0, 1 through 10, slovenly troll, clearly not what you want. 11 to 25, brazen strumpet. 26 to 35, cheap trollop. 36 to 50, typical streetwalker. So that's where your bell curve hits. So that's mostly what you're going to encounter. Saucy tart, 51 to 65. Wanton wench, if you're after something a little bit more outre. Expensive doxy, or a haughty courtesan, for the more delicate palate. Aged madam, wealthy procuress, a sly pimp, or a rich panderer. Yeah, that's bringing people out. Sure, Nordic. Yeah, you're not wrong, Holmes. You should do it. Why not? Hell, I made a witch class, so you know you could make it up. Yes, Daniel. I think yeah. And of course, it says an expensive doxy will blah 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 will resemble a gentlewoman, a haughty courtesan, a noblewoman, and the other harlots might be mistaken for good wives, and so forth. So it's 20% likely she's an actual thief and has thiefly skills. And in that case, I would say go back up if you hit that, and then thief, and then we look over and thief encounter will be 8th to 11th level thief with 0 to 2 followers of 1st to 4th level. Imagine you have a wonderful evening and she's an 11th level thief, or he. So fortune for Castle and Crusade and won a fortune teller magic class next, but I keep a courtesan in mind. Good. Hey, you could use these as level titles. Troll's Trumpet, Trollop, Streetwalker, Tart, Wench, Doxy, Courtesan, Madam, Procuress. Why not? No lot lizard on that chart. I think that would probably fall under 26 to 35, if not 1 to 10. Fucking Stormwatch, man. I was not going to do this anymore. Let's check that Wonderground map. What we got going on, guys? Yeah, slowing down. Slowing down. I'm going to ask you guys to hang on just a second. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Did you guys miss me? I thought I heard someone at the front door, but it was just a hurricane trying to sell me wind. And by the way, yes, I am drinking hurricane water, my first one. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Oh, yes, okay. Nordic. Lord Misfit, how are you? Yeah, this is basically a hurricane party. Hmm. Hurricane Graham from Mongo. Would like the wind to slow down. The wind is a little extra, and I need it to calm down. 38 at 5 o'clock. It's slowing slower than I want it to. I need it to actually get down to like, I don't know, 5 miles an hour. She's had a couple power flicker guys. I know I'm probably going all robot and choppy like. By the way, guys, if you haven't already, if you're just swinging by, just watching me stream, whatever, if you haven't already, please click the subscribe button and the bell icon for notifications. I don't usually live stream for 8 hours nonstop. I don't even know if I'll leave this live stream up, but we do have quality content when Mother Nature is not bearing down on us. We talk about tabletop role-playing games. We interview creators. We play a little bit of tabletop RPG for the entertainment of you good folks out there. And so, if that sounds like something you're interested in watching on the regular, then please do click the subscribe button, click the bell icon for notifications to find out when we're going to be doing it. No, they did not. I think that was one of those things. Jimmy asks a good question. Did they ever elaborate on the invoked devastation? The Reign of Colorless Fire was pretty well self-explanatory. I think they that Gary intentionally left it vague for dungeon masters to fill in the blanks. Do I apply my wargaming experience to D&D and orchestrate large-scale battles for your players? No. I typically will use a D&D combat system as it stands. Although you didn't really ask about the combat system, just do I organize large battles? So I'm sorry, let me reverse myself. Yes, I have orchestrated large-scale battles. No, not, by getting chainmail or swords and spells or battle system or some other war game system out. I use just the AD&D combat rules as they are. Makes for a crap load of dice rolling, but with computers and basically any portable electronics, you can simplify it fairly well. One thing I've noticed, there's there is a burgeoning community, if you will, on YouTube. And by the way, I just want to start this off by saying this is neither jealousy nor is it a complaint. It simply is what it is. But there is a community of people on YouTube, and it could literally be some sinister click farming factory. I'm getting actual questions. I'm sitting here running my mouth. No, I have never done Spelljammer. That was one of those things that was always a little too outre for me, so I tended to not look much at it. But it's interesting you bring that up. I was talking to Madame DM, Laura Daniel, today on Twitter. So this is a funny story. I'll come back to the YouTube complaint in a minute. But in Spelljammer, there's a race of anthropomorphic hippos called GIF, G-I-F-F. When I would hear people talk about Spelljammer, and I would hear them say that, I thought they were saying Gith, G-I-T-H, of the Zerai or Yankee variety. And people would say, my GIF this, my GIF that, and I was like, okay, those are playable races now. Which, I mean, it isn't any weirder than an anthropomorphic hippo. And they became playable in Planescape. But I just, for the longest time, I thought people were saying GIF, not GIF. Anyway. Anyway. But what I figured out people do is they get a good brief read of a voice. And they run it through 11 Labs or some other voice cloning software. And they type historical Wikipedia. Well, they probably don't even type. They just copy and paste historical Wikipedia articles. Someone puts together a series of video clips, photos, brief video clips, and what have you, that more or less cover the historical topic. Like if it's about World War II, they might show a picture of Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, or, the USS Saratoga, whatever. And then they paste the whole thing together and they upload it. If you look on YouTube for World War II history, you find stuff like, I don't know, What was one I was watching today? I haven't watched that many more videos, so let me see. Fact Bites. Fact Bites was literally just the Wikipedia about the T-34, was the Wikipedia article on the T-34. Read by a bot. And it got 194,000 views. On a channel with 65,000 subscribers. That's pretty good hustle for something that probably only one person touches. And it's not the only one I've seen. Just, I mean, am I working harder when I should be working smarter? Just the Dungeons and Dragons channel, you know, call it D&D Bites. And just clone my own voice and then just start copying and pasting articles. I might do it. Just to see if it'll work. Call it the D&D history trove or something like that. Yeah, Nordic. I mean, that's it. And yeah, Lord Misfit. It is all just bots. Lending more credence to the dead internet theory. Ah, there we go. So I will say this. Let me share this with you guys. More weather to share. Okay, so this is us right here. And this is rotating. So the worst is heading away from us. Slowly but surely, we're coming out of it. And that's a good thing. That is a very good thing. Huh. I know you guys can't hear it, but I just heard someone drive by, and there was like a car, somebody with like a heavy bass in their car. part of the world of Golarion that is a perpetual hurricane. It's near the pirate realm. Wow. That would get tiresome. That would get very tiresome. Oh, God. But I am tired, guys. I'm very, very tired. Anybody else tired? Who's up for a high stakes game? I don't know what that is, Nordic. Is that like a card game set in Forgotten Realms? I will say one thing, Jimmy, about uh, Wikipedia that is good, and I actively cheered on. And we're going to go down a rabbit hole to talk about this, and I can't believe I'm wasting any mental energy on it. But it's 4:30 in the morning. There's a hurricane raging outside my house. I'm awake. I shouldn't be, and streaming. I am tired too, Shin. This may kind of be the last of it tonight, unless you guys have got D&D questions for me. All right. So there is an extremely long-lived, lightly armored fighting vehicle that the U.S. Army has had since like the late 1950s. They made almost 100,000 of them, which is the most produced tracked armored military vehicle ever. Like more than the T-80 or the T-34, more than the M4 Sherman. It has been used by like over 100 countries, I think. And it's called the M113. And it's in various flavors. They have used it for everything. Everything. What is the oddest location I've ever placed a dungeon in my game? A dungeon in a sky island in the elemental plane of air. Good night, Jimmy. Be well. I'll check it out in order to remind me when I'm less punchy. Anyway, there's a lunatic on the internet named Mike Sparks who has been a desk jockey for both the Army and Marine Corps. And I mean like a low-level functionary. He got out on the early internet. And I think like the first place he landed was Psi Military Moderated, the Usenet group. And every time he mentioned the M113, he said the Gavin. That's what it's called. It's called the Gavin. And that's after General James Gavin, who was an airborne officer, a decorated airborne officer. He was not an armored officer. But he insists on calling it the Gavin. And the guy is just obsessed with the M113. Nobody calls it the Gavin. Nobody ever called it the Gavin. And when Wikipedia rolled out, he strolled in. And now understand, this guy has been around on the internet since the 80s. He basically defaced the M113 article and created socks that is sock puppet accounts to try and convince people that the damn M113 was called the Gavin. It has never had an official name. It will never get an official name because the Army is demobilizing them finally and turning them into reefs. I mean, it's going to take a few decades to get rid of the last of them, right? I mean, there were still Jeeps kicking around during Operation Desert Storm. So, the one good thing I saw moderators on Wikipedia do was shut this guy down. And shut him down, they did. Anyway, 1050, 1050, which is a good video card and a fine place to wrap this up. I'm going to go lie in my recliner, sit in my recliner, something in my recliner, and hope that I still have a house in a few more hours, but I should probably. Everyone who watched this, who rode the storm out with me, salute. Be seeing you all. Take care.